Holy smokes. We are live. We are live. College football's peek around the corner with your host, Greg Pflugar. We cover everything in college football because we love everything in college football. And if you do as well, please subscribe to our channel. Smash the like button if you like our content. Share the video with your family and friends. If you want to support our channel through a donation, hit the $ where you put the comment in, and we'll get to your comment, your super chat, as quick as possible. Welcome in to the studio. The very studio that sits on the very corner of Keith Jackson Parkway in Kurt Gowdy Avenue. Do not be afraid. PATC community. I'm speaking to the PAT. I'm speaking to you, the community. All of you. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid to be a legend with your comments and with your phone calls later in the show. Welcome Sunday evening. We have a stacked show. Stacked. And it got a little bit more complicated, a little bit more dramatic when the breaking news, Heather Dinich of ESPN, with an article this afternoon. Holy smokes. The title of the show is Big Ten initiated, months ago, initiated discussions about expanding the college football playoffs from 12 to 16 teams sometime during the next 8-year contract. But there was so much more in that article of ESPN. That's the headliner, but there's okay, look. We've been talking about this since we started our YouTube channel. The rebel outposts of all college football YouTube channels. College football's peek around the corner. The two big main stories we've been talking about is increased compensation for the student athletes, collective bargaining agreement, and then there's just other big, huge elephant in the room, and Heather Dinich uses that phrase in the article this afternoon. The other huge elephant in the room, and that is the college football playoffs. What is it going to look like 2026 and beyond? We coined the phrase in the very first couple episodes of this YouTube channel 17 months ago. We coined the phrase the Great Gold Rush of 2026. And it is going to be dramatic, important, brutal. It's going to be a rock fight. There's not going to be any easy consensus. Schools and conferences are going to be using their power. The chips that they have accumulated, they're going to be pushing them into the middle of the table. There's going to be factions created, factions separated. G5 fighting for playoff access, fighting for at least 20% of the total revenue pie for the next 8 years, 26 through 2000, or we actually don't know. When they say 8-year contract, we don't know if are they meaning the 2 years and then 6 years beyond that. So we're talking about to 2032. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Everybody is fighting for their slice of the pie, their slice of access. It's going to get everybody upset. I'm telling you, elbows are going to be thrown in the chat room in the next 6 months, on phone calls. It is going to be dramatic. We talked about the Great Gold Rush of 2026. 11 playoff games for 12 teams. And it sounds like ESPN is going to have all of them, which I find absolutely ridiculous. But maybe that's one of the motivations for the Big Ten to move it to 15 playoff games. I don't know. We shall see. But there were bigger bombs in that article. You know what? I'm afraid to say it. There's a bigger bomb than the Big Ten initiating to expand the college football playoffs from 12 teams to 16 teams during the 8-year contract, the new 8-year contract. There was a bigger bomb set off. How about this? You're going to get upset, and I don't blame you. But there's part of that article that says the SEC and the Big Ten, they might even fight for more automatic berths into the playoffs. Now, I don't believe they're going to get that. But these conferences, especially the SEC and the Big Ten, they're going to push as much and as hard and as fast as they can to get as much as they can. And then hopefully there'll be some compromise and they will settle for less. The Big 12. The Big 12. Now, it would be, we're going to get into it. We're going to be talking about the college football playoffs, the meetings that are going to be happening Monday and Tuesday, tomorrow and the next day. College football playoffs in Dallas, Texas. We're going to be covering that at the back end of this monologue. It's the biggest story out there right now. We're going to be covering it on Monday and Tuesday. But there's so many different angles to this. What about the Big 12? What about the Big 12? It would seem advantageous for the Big 12 to possibly try to create some sort of alliance. Alliance is such a loaded word, isn't it, in college football? Maybe the Big 12 should set up an alliance with the ACC. However, Big 12 is looking to do some cloak and dagger with the ACC in the next 12 months, next 18 months. So I don't know how that's going to work. And then the G5 conferences. However this ends up, the G5 world is going to be fascinating to watch. Because the way they're talking about how the money's going to be distributed, how the conference is going to benefit when a school goes in the playoffs, represents the conference, the whole conference benefits. These G5 conferences that we have today, the Mountain West, the MAC, the Sun Belt, the AAC, and the Conference USA, those 5 G5 conferences, they are not going to look the same in 6 years from now. It might take 6 years, but 6, 7, there's going to be schools in the G5, just like in the Autonomy 4 conferences, that are going to be looking for higher ground, beneficial to their university, to their athletic department, to the front porch of their universities. We're going to see a whole lot of movement in the G5 in the next decade. As long as the G5 remains to have access in the playoffs, I think they should. I think they will. But we're going to find out a lot on Monday and Tuesday. I'm going to thank everybody that came into the chat to start the beginning of the show. Then we're going to go, I'm going to spend the first part of this monologue. We did it a couple weeks ago. We went through the starting quarterbacks of the ACC. I'm going to go through my ranking real quick of the quarterbacks in the SEC for 2024. I will explain my ranking. I'm going to get a few people in the chat room upset with me. Go ahead, tell me how wrong I got it once again with the chats and with the phone calls late in the show. There's a couple quarterbacks maybe I should have them ranked higher, but I don't. I have my reasons. Maybe my biasness, right? Especially that quarterback from Florida, Graham Mertz. So I will go through that real quick, and then we will get to the big story. The big story of the College Football Playoff Committee having a meeting in Dallas on Monday and Tuesday. Also, I want to share a little bit of cloak and dagger information in regards to the SEC bylaws, SEC membership, what it would take, what to look for. There's a big giant hurdle. There are 5 giant hurdles for the SEC to expand with any more teams. Even if the ACC implodes, and those 5 hurdles are 5 individual schools in the SEC. We're going to get to that as well. As you can tell, this is a stacked show tonight. It is unbelievable. So be patient. I'm going to get to your comments. Super chats, I will get to them as fast as I can. The phone calls will be in the second half of the show. We're going to get to those as quick as possible. Richard L., early peak member. Mr. Buffalo's in the house. Illini Ted, early peak member. Expedition Greg. Go, Greg, go. The LSU fans are probably not going to be very happy with me about how I ranked Nussmeier. I'm just telling you. LSU Tiger fans are going to be yelling at the fat guy from Minnesota after we go through the first part of this monologue. Don in Kansas, you're in the house. Jimmy's in the house. The walk and greet, Caden's dad. He was hoping for a reduction in the conference in the championship playoffs. That's not going to happen. Matt Neeson is in the house. Ma Prof. John Bennett is in the house. Thank you, everybody, for joining us at the beginning of the show on a Sunday evening. Randy Taylor, Juan Carlos, Whoa Nelly, Texas Tech, Red Raider, Laura Weiss is in the house. Bearcat Steve is in the house. Sergeant Pickle, Gold Dogs, Kane all day. The Hawkeye is in the house. Immaculate, Amy S. Go Utes is in the house. Jay Chapman, Steven, James Foster, Coy, early peak member, David Griffin. 16 is the right number. I hope they do this. Forget the buys and let's go for it. I got to tell you, I like that 12 number. I like that 12 number. I love that 12 number. But I get it. I understand why more than ever they're looking to even expand it to 16 after the 2025 season. Possibly. Tumasta is in the house. Heartbreak 25 is in the house. NE is in the house. JS is in the house. Excuse me. Bruce Harris, Boomer, has come on in early. Hope I'm not missing anybody here. Jared Jones, Mr. Buckeye is in the house. Donnie McNerney, thank you so much. Donnie, I apologize to you. I don't know. I don't remember if it was the last live show or the previous live show. You were very generous. You put out a gift membership, and I did not show that until way after you posted it. So, Donnie, I apologize to you. So sorry about that. Thank you for your generosity to this channel. Rock and Rant, Mr. Hurricane is in the house. I want to see Craig take on genetics in a charity. Look, that's not going to happen. And I'm trying to be nice on this college football YouTube show. So I'm going to not say anything. How about that? I'm going to try not to say anything. I am going to we'll see what we do later in the show. Mireya Flugar, the moderator, the one who rules with an iron fist, Mireya Hernandez Garcia Flugar. Hola, amigos. She's in the house. She knows this is a big story. If you notice, when it's a big show, she comes walking in to the chat room thinking she owns the place. Holy smokes. JS is in the house. CFB Playoff Edits. Did I get your okay to use your artwork? I want to use your artwork for some episodes later on in the summer. On Twitter, I asked you, I don't think you said yes. I do not want to use a certain part of your artwork without you giving me the okay. If you don't give me the okay, that's okay. I completely understand. But there was something you did that I want to use. So CFB Playoff Edits, give me your yes or no in the chat or on Twitter, on X, if you can. Canes All Day is in the house. Okay, Sergeant Pickles. I don't know if I've gone through these names. Justin Lucas is in the house. Hey, great. What's happening with Clemson? Hey, great. I don't know. Now, I think we have a stacked monologue tonight. But at some point, I think I'm going to go ahead and take the official L, the official loss. Peek around the corner was wrong on Clemson in regards to the dates we have given. And I'll do it again on Monday, Tuesday, and then when we officially take the L on Wednesday. But I'm going to go ahead and take the L. And it's definitely a big loss for peek around the corner. Now we got to figure out why we took the loss. Why did we take the L on this story? What happened? Why have they been silent? Why can't anybody get an interview? I don't know. We're going to find out. But we'll take the L today, tomorrow, Tuesday, and Wednesday. 4 days in a row of taking the L. That's a big story. I just don't know where it's going. There's no LSU peeps here. Okay? We'll see about that. I know there's a few LSU peek around the corner. Coy, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gift membership. Once again, thank you for your incredible generosity, Coy. Thank you so very much. Holy smokes. Coy, you once again are hereby cloak and dagger knighted. And Justin Lucas, who picked up the gift membership, you, my friend, are also hereby cloak and dagger knighted. We just put out an early P cloak and dagger episode yesterday. The clock is ticking. What's going on with Chip Kelly? It doesn't look like he's going to get the Raiders offensive coordinator position, even though Cliff Kingsbury walked away from it. Sounds like they're hiring somebody else. What about the Commanders? I heard they interviewed somebody else today. What is Chip Kelly going to do? If he leaves, what is going to happen? I gave you what I believe what was going to happen, or some of the things that we were going to hear around that job opening. So give it a listen, give it a watch. More Cloak and Dagger videos will be dropping here next week. No question about it. We got a lot of things going on. Steve-O, thank you, Coy. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate it. Steve-O is in the house. Opie is in the house. U.S. Tigers will be too drunk to respond today. Greg about the nuts bus. Jay Go Blue is in the house. Cameron B. Ray Jayhawk is in the house. He just wants to go to the FCS playoff model. Go to 24 teams. Call it a day. Let's get it over with. Nuts bus. That's what Opie was trying to say. Got it. Lorenzo Haynes is in the house. 16 makes more money. But according to ESPN, according to this article that we are going to get to, it's not cost effective for ESPN to have more playoff games. It's not cost effective for them to go to 11 to 15. Well, my answer to that is get other media companies in the space. My goodness, why does ESPN have to do every playoff game? It's ridiculous. I'm already hot, and we haven't even gotten into the article yet. And wait till you guys, there's going to be an explosion when we go through this ESPN article. I'm warning all of you. There's going to be an explosion in the chat. There's going to be an explosion on the phone calls. Buckle up, brace for impact. And this is only just begun. And then wait till like Monday and Tuesday, when they come out of these meetings in Dallas. Of course, somewhere and we're going to get to the article. I keep going back to the article. But in the article it says, but no major decisions are expected to be made. Well, you've been saying that for 2 years. God, I'm hot. I am hot. And we haven't even done the monologue. We haven't even done the story yet. Unbelievable. Look, Rock and Rant, holy smokes. Unbelievable generosity by Mr. Hurricane himself. Rock and Rant gifted 5 memberships. Wow, thank you so much for your generosity. Coy, Rock and Rant, holy smokes. Rock and Rant, you are hereby cloak and dagger knighted again. Man, oh man. Thank you, sir. I very much appreciate it. Holy smokes. Let's see who got those memberships so we can officially knight them. Then we got some other very generous super chats. Sergeant Pickles has been cloak and dagger knighted. Juan Carlos, FSU, J11, Benjamin Griffin, and Soap. Soap has been given cloak and dagger membership. Thank you so much, Rock and Rant. You 5 are hereby knighted cloak and dagger. Check out those early peak memberships throughout the month of February. A lot of things going to be happening. Let's got to get through some more super chats. We are going to get into the monologue. I promise you. Ryan, Willie, the evil badger, thank you so much for your generosity. I asked Big 12 Mafia this question. Do you think that the Big 12 and the SEC would poach each other teams? I don't think so. I do not think Texas A&M has any interest to become a Big 10 school. I don't think Vanderbilt has any interest to become a Big 10 school. I don't think any Big 10 schools have any interest to become SEC. Years down the road, could the top half of the Big 10 merge with the top half of the SEC? Possibly. Maybe. There are big differences between the two conferences. There are big differences between the Buckeyes and the Crimson Tide. Big, huge, fundamental differences. They want different sports to be, they have big differences when it comes to the Big Ten wants to push, make the baseball schedule later in the season, but they've never been able to get that done. The Big Ten likes the early signing period. The SEC doesn't like that. Ohio State sponsors 36, 37 sports. What does Alabama do? 2018. There's fundamental differences, cultural differences among the top half of the Big Ten and the SEC. But could they merge years down the road? Yes, I do not think it's going to happen anytime soon. And I don't think either conference are going to poach each other. The money difference is not going to be big between the two schools. So I don't think that's going to happen. But thank you so much for your super chat, Ryan Willie. I appreciate it. Joe2095, thanks for the show today. It brightens my day. Thank you. It brightens my day to read a comment like that, Joe. I appreciate it. Appreciate your generosity to the channel. Thank you so very much. Expedition Greg, any word about Bill O'Brien to Boston College? That was reported. There was another report this afternoon about 2 hours before I came on live here, but I don't have anything to add to that. Interesting, though. That would be interesting. And it might work for Boston College. Bill O'Brien, he knows the area up there. Everybody knows him up there. Interesting development. Thank you for the super chat, Expedition Greg. Thank you so very much. Okay, let's get to, and again, thank you everybody for coming on in early at the beginning of the show. Holy smokes. We are going to get in to, if I can do this right, as you know, the host of this show is incompetent, so we're going to do the best we can. PATC Chalk Talk 2024 SEC quarterback rankings. We're going to get to the big news after this. We're going to get to the big news. ESPN puts out an article today discussing the college football playoff committee having meetings Monday and Tuesday in Dallas, Texas. An explosive article. Explosive. Get ready for the big rock fight between everybody. Okay? Get ready for it. The great gold rush of 2026 has begun. But we're going to talk football. A couple weeks ago, I said we did the ACC quarterbacks. Soon we'll do the SEC quarterbacks. We're doing that tonight. Then we're going to do the Big 12. Then we're going to do the Big 10. And then we're going to do the top quarterbacks of the G5 schools. I'm ranking them. You're going to disagree with the rankings. Let me have it in the chat. Let me have it in the phone calls. Let me have it in the comments section after the live show. Now, how do I rank these quarterbacks? For me, it is what I expect them to be at, how I expect them to perform in 2024. So there might be a quarterback with the highest ceiling that I think is going to explode onto the scene in 25 or 2026. This is about 2024. I'm ranking them on the performance that I expect them to put out in the football field for 2024. Let's not waste any more time. Number 16, Brock Vandagriff, Kentucky. He hasn't played much. I believe this is his fourth year. Now, he was a highly rated quarterback coming out of high school. Spent time at Georgia. I know right away people are thinking, this guy at number 16, you're crazy, Greg. You're crazy. Yes, I'm crazy. But, you know, you go down the list. I could have put Brock Vandagriff at number 15. I could have put him at 15. There's a lot of those 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6, 7 and 8. I could have do-si-do those positions in the rankings. Let me know everything I got wrong. 2 TDs, 0 interceptions. Obviously not much playing time for 2023. The statistics that you see on the screen are 2023 statistics, not necessarily on the team that they're on now, obviously, right? Lenora Sellers, South Carolina, hasn't really played at all. Now, could I have Sellers at 16 and Brock Vandagriff at 15? Sure. I'm a little bit more worried about Brock Vandagriff and how I've seen him play his fourth year. I don't know the type of ceiling that he truly has. So I got Mr. Sellers, Gamecock number 15. I'm guessing a lot of people probably disagree with me on that. Who's number 14 in the PATC Chalk Talk rankings of the 2024 SEC quarterbacks? Taylor Green, Arkansas Razorback. Jamie Thornton, Mrs. Razorback in the PATC community, probably not going to be too happy with me. The transfer from Boise State. Passing yards, 1752, 11 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, 57% completion percentage. And that is with Boise State out in the Mountain West. I don't know. I don't even know. We're not even sure if Taylor Green is going to be QB1 for the Razorbacks. So keep that in mind. 14 seems to be the fair spot for him. Here's an interesting one. Diego Pavia, Vanderbilt. Watched him play a lot the last 2 years. Yes, at New Mexico State. Watched them a lot. Jerry Kill, the head coach. He's got one more year of eligibility. Diego is tough. Maybe too tough. I'll get to that in a second. 2,900 yards passing, 26 TDs, 9 interceptions. He ran over 900 yards for New Mexico State. They went to a bowl game 2 years in a row. An They went to the Conference USA Championship game. They got beat by Liberty. They were outmanned by the Liberty Flames. An unbelievable year. Jerry Kill, he retired once again from the head coaching position. Jerry Kill is at Vanderbilt to be the offensive advisor. Diego Pavia goes over, and now he's going to be the quarterback of Vanderbilt. Very interesting situation for Vanderbilt Commodores. The one thing I would say is, Diego, you can't run the ball in the SEC like you did in Conference USA. He took the ball under his arms, got a whole lot of first downs for New Mexico State. Won't be able to do that in SEC. Won't be able to do that and play every single Saturday. No question about that. Number 12, there it is. Nussmeier, I'm going to get flamed for this. He's played very little. 1,700 yards, 11 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. LSU Tigers are going to have a great receiving core. Why do I have him at number 12? I don't know, man. I don't like what I see on tape. Now, this is, I got two very controversial rankings here. Nussmeier and Graham Mertz of Florida. I have him ranked probably not where most people would have him. And I'll get to him in a second. I don't like what I see out of Nussmeier. This could be one of the dumbest things I say pre-2024 season. This could come back to nip me in the butt. But I don't got a good feeling about Garrett Nussmeier at Louisiana, at LSU, and probably 90% of you disagree with me, and that is fine. Peyton Thorne, Auburn, again, don't know if he's going to be QB1 at Auburn, to be honest with you. I don't know. He might lose that. He might lose that spot. He lost a little bit of it last year. Passing yards, 1,700 yards. TDs 16. Interceptions 10. Could have had Nussmeier at 11. Peyton Thorne at 12. Possibly, yes. Number 10, Jackson Arnold. Again, haven't seen a whole lot of him. Big, high-ranking quarterback. Oklahoma played a little bit last year. I think he's going to have a decent year in 2024. But I can't have him in the top half of the SEC. Not with the quarterbacks that will be coming on later in this list. Graham Mertz, number 9. The 2023 season, Graham Mertz would be ranked number 4 or 5. But this is what I'm projecting for 2024. I think Florida is going to struggle as a team. They lost their running back. They've lost a whole lot of guys. They have a tough schedule. I think Graham Mertz is going to come back down to earth, but his 2023 season was excellent, and I didn't think it was going to be. Blake Shapen, number 8. I loved this guy a couple years ago. He's hit a little bit of a tough, rough patch. He transferred Mississippi State last year, almost 2,200 yards, 13 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Got to keep him healthy. I think he's the middle of the pack in the SEC. I got him number 8. Number 7, Connor Weigman, the guy that I fell in love with when he was in high school. Loved his high school tape. Texas A&M, I'm a little bullish. For the first time in a long time, I'm a little bullish on Texas A&M. Especially for the quarterback position. Especially for the wide receiver room. Jimbo Fisher confusing everybody. Very complicated passing offense. Weigman is going to prosper under Mike Elko. Passing yards, 1,800 yards. 16 TDs, only 2 interceptions. I look for a big season out of Connor. Number 6, No, I'm not going to butcher the last name tonight. I will during the 2024 season. This is all about potential, but I think he's going to excel in his first year as a starting quarterback for the Tennessee Volunteers. 314 passing yards, 2 interceptions, 0 interceptions, 2 TDs, 0 interceptions. Great bowl game. Neat goal. He's going to be exciting to watch. I think he's going to be better. I think he's going to be the top half of the conference when it comes to quarterback performance. Number 5, Jalen Milroe. Now, a lot of people are saying, what? How can you have Milroe number 5? He's got to be top 2, top 3, top 4. I don't know. He performed, did great. 2,800 yards, 23 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 66% passing percentage. Made a lot of first downs with his legs. He carried the team in the championship game. But they got a new coach, Kalen DeBoer. He's going to want to throw the ball downfield. I think Milroe might struggle just a bit with the new offense that's coming in. And not only that, the top 4 quarterbacks, I think, are all going to have monster seasons next year in the SEC. Starting with Brady Cook. Brady Cook cooked last year for Missouri. Missouri's going to be a playoff team. Yes, the Missouri Tigers are going to be a playoff team in 2024. 3,300 yards, 21 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 66% passing percentage, and he could run with it, made a lot of first downs. Brady Cook, number 4. Number 3, Jackson Dart. He's coming back to the Ole Miss Rebels. 3,300 yards, 23 TDs, 5 interceptions, passing percentage 65. Looks similar to Brady Cook. You could do-si-do switch these guys 3 and 4, but they're in the top 4 quarterbacks. I believe in the SEC going into 2024. They both have their head coaches back. They know the system. They got a lot of guys coming back, especially at the wide receiver position, especially Missouri. They're going to cook both these guys, Brady Cook and Jackson Dart. Number 2, Carson Beck. Hopefully Stacy, the Georgia Bulldog and the PATC community, is not too upset with me. Carson Beck could easily be number 1. He was number 1 last year. His first full year as a starter, almost 4,000 yards, 24 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 72% passing percentage. Carson Beck was the leader. Georgia. Great season. Going to have another great season. But I think this guy has a higher ceiling, and I think he's going to hit it with the Texas Longhorns, Quinn Ewers, the number 1 rated PATC, number 1 rated SEC quarterback for the 2024 season. I think he's ready. He's developed. He made the huge leap from 2022 to 2023. I think there's another big leap about to happen for 23 to 24. So, that is my PATC SEC rankings of the 2024 quarterbacks. Let me know how wrong I got it. I know there's going to be a lot of disagreement, but, and there is, Corey, yes, I think Quinn Ewers is the guy. Opie says that Nuss is accurate as hell, deep. He's a pro pocket passer. Most importantly, watch his feet. He's not nervous at all. That is probably going to be my most controversial selection. Nussmeier at number 12. Remember that so you can hit me all year long. John Teal, thank you so much for the super chat. Side note, how about Jeff Tedford to UCLA? I don't know if Tedford is willing to do that. If the job becomes open. Resume, yes. Personally, I don't know if Jeff Tedford wants to do that. I'll get more into that later. Thank you, John Teal, for the super chat. I appreciate it so very much. Interesting name, John. Interesting name. No question about it. Let's get to it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get to it. We'll get to your comments. Ryan Brooks, I'm looking forward to hearing Greg sing Calling Baton Rouge. Holy smokes. When he takes the L on us. Well, that song might be just a little too difficult to sing. The words are too fast. I can't get my Minnesota accent, northern Minnesota accent. I don't think I can sing that. But if my prediction is really that bad, I'll try to do it, Ryan. I will try to do it. So Fluggs is riding the Texas back train all the way to Atlanta. I rode that train last year. I picked them to win the Big 12. I picked Texas to win the Big 12, Washington to win the Pac-12, Florida State to win the ACC. I did pretty good except for I stubbed my toe on Michigan. Anyways, here we go. Let's get to the big story, the monster story. If you haven't read this article, we do provide a link in the description. There's a lot here that's going to get a whole lot of people cranky, a little upset. Nothing has happened yet, but this is going to be brutal, in my opinion. And those who I talk with, and we've been talking about this. This is not a surprise. The Great Gold Rush. This is where people are really going to press their advantage. Not just the SEC and the Big Ten. Heather Dinich this afternoon, questions surround the future of college football playoff. The College Football Playoff Management Committee is meeting in Dallas on Monday and Tuesday to work on the details of implementing the 12-team playoff for this fall. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. While no major decisions are expected to be made, weighty questions, thanks to drastic changes in conference realignment, surround the future of the sports postseason. Let me just say this. Are they talking about the conference realignment that happened in 2023? Because that's been known for a while now. No major decisions are expected to be made. Why not? You guys are meeting all the time. Make a bloody decision. Well, I'm not talking about solving everything. I'm about the model. I'm about going from 6 plus 6 to 5 plus 7. Is that going to be decided on tomorrow or Tuesday? Let's get back to the article and see if they answer the question. The 10 FBS commissioners and Notre Dame Athletic Director Jack Swarbrick comprise the CFP's management committee, but the power within the room has never been equal and never will be. A direct reflection of the leagues themselves. That divide continues to shift as the Big Ten has swelled to 18 members in the SEC to 16. So keep in mind, the G5 conferences, their commissioners, they're going to be in the room. Do they have much power? No. They have a veto pen for 24 and 25. But from 2026 and beyond, they really have no power. But they're in the room. They're in the room. At least they're in this room in Dallas for Monday and Tuesday. The Big Ten Commissioner, Tony Petitti, and the SEC Commissioner, Greg Sankey, have developed a close working relationship, more so than their predecessors, as evidenced by their new working group, advisory group. While the playoff format is expected to be set for the next 8 years, so that's 24, 25, and then 26 to 32. The expected length of the newest TV contracts, with 2 additional years on the current one and 6 years on the new one. The conversations about money and access are only growing louder. With a 12-team playoff that is currently structured to reward conference champions, the most likely model to be approved is automatic bids for the 5 highest-ranked conference champions plus the next 7 highest-ranked teams, 5 plus 7. But as the so-called Power 2 leagues are positioned to pull away because of a resource gap, is that model destined for controversy? In other words, is the SEC and the Big Ten going to belly up to the bar in Dallas tomorrow and say, that doesn't work for us, brother? Are they going to say that? Are they going to say that in Dallas? I don't think they're going to say that in regards for 2024 and 25. But again, for 2026 and beyond, the great gold rush, where a whole lot of money is going to be flowing in, buckle up. The next 2 seasons will be the litmus test for how well it works. And the TV contract should provide stability. The conversations about how large the playoff field should be, who ultimately makes it, and how they share the hundreds of millions in revenue have already begun. The great gold rush of 2026 has begun. Will 12 teams be the right number? Will it? I love that number. I absolutely love it. And later on in the show, I will tell you all again why I love it. But I think there's a 3-tier incentive system going on there. I love the setup going into 24 and 25. But is that the number? Is that the right number in the future after 2026? Back to Heather Dinich, ESPN's article of this afternoon. The last CFP deal lasted 10 years of a 12-year contract before a format change arrived. And while there's no imminent format change beyond the new 12-team field, simple math would hint toward one being considered seriously before the 8 years is up. One source called it the elephant in the room. As the Big Ten has grown to 18 teams, as the SEC is at 16, and both those conferences are potentially going to grow by a couple more if and when the ACC implodes. Back to the article. That's 34 programs, many of which were at the top of their former leagues. In a meeting early this fall, one of the 2 PATC money shots in this article. In a meeting earlier this fall, Petitti initiated a discussion about a 16-team format, a source told ESPN. So the Big Ten is already initiating discussions, already pushing for it. Cloak and dagger, cloak and dagger, cloak and dagger. There's no indication anything will change in the short term. Petitti's perspective makes sense from a pure math an Axis standpoint, as he's now in charge of 18 teams, many of whom harbor legitimate playoff expectations. There's a lot to sort out for the CFP before any format changes, and growth comes with complications. CFP leaders will likely want the TV contract to include a clause or some language that addresses the possibility of the field expanding beyond 12 teams. So the leaders are going to want to have it in the language with their media partner, ESPN. They're going to want everybody to understand. We don't want to have to reinvent the wheel. This is big, ladies and gentlemen. In other words, as they go into the 12-team playoff for 24 and 25, they want this sucker all lined up. All they're going to want to do is be able to flip the switch. If they're going to see how 24 and 25 goes, and if they want to expand it to 16, they're not going to have to take 2 to 3 years of negotiations with the media partner among the conferences and schools and yada, yada, yada. They want to go to 16 if that's what the major powers want to do. Back to the article. CFP leaders will likely want the TV contract to include a clause or some language that addresses the possibility of the field expanding beyond 12 teams. Although ESPN is considering paying the hefty price tag of about $1.3 billion. That's a year. $1.3 billion a year. A field larger than 12 teams would lead to increased costs and at some point diminishing returns. Well, ESPN, let somebody else have some of the games, some of the content. Back to the article, CFP sources have indicated the commissioners, presidents, and chancellors want full control of how large the field is. They do not want that control with ESPN. They want this clause in the contract before the 2024, before it's all tied up in a neat bow. Does everybody understand that? They want power. They want the power to flip the switch to go to 16. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is not just about Tony Petitti initiating discussions back in August. It's much bigger than that. It's Tony Petitti initiating discussions about expanding to 16, and everybody seems to say, yeah, well, let's have that in the clause as we begin for 2024, just in case we want to make a quick switch. That is the big part of this article, in my opinion. Why does Axis loom as a compelling topic? Now there's going to be another PATC money shot here that if you haven't read this article, you are going to flip out. And I do not blame you. I am not going to judge you. It's a big one. Let's get to it. Whether the playoff has 4, 12, 16, or 100 teams, there will be fights over the final few spots. In an era of super conferences, the criteria for making the expanded field will be closely watched. Will those rules and the people making them change over time? Currently, changes to the existing contract structure and finances have to be unanimously approved by the 11 presidents and chancellors who have the ultimate authority over the playoff. That's what we talked about. Everybody has a veto pen here. Everybody in the room has a 2024-2025 veto pen. The Sun Belt does, Notre Dame does, the Big Ten does, the Mountain West does. All of them have a veto pen. If they want to change the structure from the current 6+6, 12-team playoffs for 24 and 25, everybody has to unanimously agree. But 2026, they don't. Keep that in mind. Should the Sun Belt have the same say as the SEC? Should the Big Ten have a similar power to the MAC? Those are questions being asked and concerns being raised as this contract heads toward the finish line, especially with the unanimous approval needed on the 5+7. The revenue that will or won't be allocated to new incoming ACC member SMU. That's a whole other story. And this massive story, the voting power being given to the remaining Pac-12 schools, Oregon State, Washington State, entering the last CFP contract nearly a decade ago, there was always going to be controversy over 4 teams being picked when there's 5 major conferences plus Notre Dame. This version, inherent controversy, will be rooted in the bye for conference champions that wouldn't normally be ranked in the top 4. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that, but other people do. I don't have a problem with a conference champion getting a bye even though they're ranked 7th in the last college football playoff rankings. I don't have a problem with that. We see that all through professional leagues. But again, just my opinion. Okay, the model would have given ACC winner Clemson and the Pac-12 winner Utah byes, bumped out TCU and Ohio State from the top 4. Clemson and Utah finished number 7, number 8 in the final college football playoff rankings. So while the Big Ten and the SEC champs would be virtually guaranteed a bye as one of the highest ranked conference champions, there's going to be increased tension as the SEC and the Big Ten have both added significant brands and weakened other leagues. The 12-team model was set in motion before the moves of Oklahoma and Texas to SEC and USC, UCLA, Washington, and Oregon took off for the Big Ten. Is the SEC's number 3 better than ACC's number 2? Is the Big Ten's number 3 better than the Big 12 number 2? Those are the debates as we adjust to a system where multiple losses are going to become an accepted playoff resume. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Will the Big Ten and SEC push for a model? And here it is. PATC money shot number 3. Will the Big Ten and the SEC push for a model with more guaranteed spots? Or does a model that just chooses the 12 highest ranked teams favor them more? Holy smokes. More guaranteed spots than just your conference champion? I don't see how they can get that pushed through. I find that, again, when you are negotiating your interest, you're always going to aim high at the beginning. There's no way. There is, in my opinion, there is no way that the Big Ten and the SEC is going to have 2 automated spots. They're going to get more. They're going to have at-large teams, multiple at-large teams, but automated spots for those 2 conferences more than their conference champion. No way is that happening. My opinion. Let me know if I'm right or wrong. Now, I do think the SEC and the Big Ten, we're going to get to it in a little bit, they're going to push hard for changes in distribution money. But more automated spots, I'm not buying it. I don't think that's going to happen. How will the revenue be distributed? The college football playoff and ESPN are in the midst of negotiations to keep the network as the sole rights holder of the event for the next 8 years. Boo. Boo, boo, boo. Hundreds of millions of dollars will be pouring in, and the CFP leaders are debating how it will be divided amongst the 10 FBS conferences in Notre Dame in the next contract. Again, there's a lot. We had big time live shows a year ago breaking this all down. But if you notice, even when it comes to distribution model, and there's going to be a big rock fight over this. All 10 FBS commissioners are going to be there in Dallas Monday and Tuesday. So G5 are going to be in the discussions. Just, we get a lot of talk about how the big two are breaking off, going to cut off playoff access to everybody. I don't even think, in my opinion, I don't even think they're going to cut off playoff access to the G5. And I've been through this over and over again. We'll see what happens. If I'm wrong, I'll take the L, but at least they're in the room with these discussions, because these discussions that they're trying to build a consensus around the next 8 years, not just around the next 2 years. And that is good news. Good news for the Sun Belt. Good news for Conference USA. Good news for Mountain West schools. Good news for the MAC. Good news for the AAC. Hundreds of millions of dollars will be pouring in. The CFP leaders are debating how it will be divided amongst the 10 FBS conferences in Notre Dame in the next contract. Should the SEC and the Big Ten get even more, as they will be the largest leagues and boast some of the most successful brands in the sport. This is where I think they're going to push hard, the SEC and the Big Ten. This is where they're going to push hard. Will SMU, which made the leap from Group of 5 to the Power 5 by joining the ACC, will they get their share of the CFP payout after taking limited money from the ACC? Or will the CFP deny the program Power 5 funding for the next 2 years and set a new precedent that accomplishes accompanies future realignment? That is a big part of the discussions for Monday and Tuesday. Here's what we know. Again, Heather Dinich, ESPN, article of this afternoon. We provide a link in the description. Teams that reach the 12-team playoff. This is interesting. Teams that reach the 12-team playoff will have the potential to earn a total of $20 million for their conference. Each team in the field will receive $4 million. Each team in the quarterfinals receives another $4 million, and another $6 million for each team in the semifinals. An additional $6 million will go to each team in the championship game. All revenue that goes to the league. There's already a glaring CFP revenue gap between the Power 5 and the Group of 5. Currently, about 80%, we have broken this down in previous live shows. Currently, about 80% of the total pie, the playoff pie, like $400 and some million, goes to the Power 5 conferences, while 20% is allocated to the Group of 5. Is that going to change? Is those percentages going to change? Now the commissioners have to determine how will it be shared among the Power 4. Is there going to be different levels of the pie? Is the SEC and the Big Ten going to get a different percentage of the total pie than the ACC and the Big 12? And what about the G5 conferences? Is the Mountain West going to get a different part of the percentage of the pie than Conference USA? The Pac-12 is on the verge of extinction, following the defections to the other leagues. And finally, the last part of this article, according to the most recent data from CFP, each of the Power 5 conferences received $79.41 million in the spring of 2023. The Group of 5 conferences shared $102.77 million. Now, each power conference receives $79 million. But going forward, it sounds like it's not going to be allocated per conference. It's going to be allocated per school. So the bigger conferences are not going to, they're not going to have more slices to fill. Everybody, no matter what conference you're in, is going to get the same flat fee, the same amount of money, playoff distribution money, and then you get more if you reach the playoffs. Notre Dame received a payment of $3.89 million by meeting the NCAA's APR standard, while the other 6 independents shared $1.89 million. And finally, in the past, the revenue is allocated based on contracts with the Orange, Rose, and Sugar Bowls. Bowl bids reserved for the champions of the Power 5 conferences. In the new CFP contract, though it's possible the commissioners do away with the historical bowl tie-ins. That is your massive, explosive article by Heather Dinich this afternoon, ESPN. Number 1, Tony Petitti initiated a discussion about expanding the college football playoffs to 16 some point during this next 8 years. Another big part of that is the commissioners, the 10 commissioners of Notre Dame, want that in the current clause. Whatever media clause there is for 2024, they want it in the clause that they can expand it to 16 teams sometime in the next 8 years. They want to have that power already as we begin 2024 playoffs. So the potential of the college football playoffs, in my opinion, expanding to 16 is very, very high. If you're getting in that clause, I think we're going to be looking at a college football playoff expansion to 16 within the next 4 years. Another big part in the article, SEC and the Big Ten, the distribution model, they're going to be pushing. I think they're going to be pushing hard for a higher rate of money for the Autonomy 4 conferences. What is the Big 12 going to have to say about that? Can the Big 12 and ACC form a voting faction within the college football manager? Or is the Big 12 going to say, okay, that's fine, but we're going to get more than the ACC that they're going to try to poach here in the next 12 months? And what about the G5 conferences? Are they going to get 20%? Are they going to get 15% of the total pie? What's going to happen there? Is G5 going to maintain playoff access for the next 8 years? I think they will. I hope they will. I think they will. I think so. If they're expanding this to 16, one conference champion from the G5 getting into the playoffs, I think that's going to be maintained. We shall see. The meeting is tomorrow, Monday, in Dallas. The meeting goes on to Tuesday in Dallas. And we are going to be on those reports. PATC. We're going to be putting out information that we've heard from our sources. We're going to be putting out reports from everything from ESPN to Action Network to Yahoo Sports and everything in between. We're going to be covering on our live show Monday and Tuesday. This is a big, big deal. This and the compensation model to student athletes, this all affects realignment. This is a huge deal. Now, I'm going to get to your comments. I'm going to get to your phone calls. Going to do the best I can here. Holy smokes. I know, look, everybody's got an opinion about what the playoffs should look like. I know there are some people who believe, I think Immaculate's one of them. There are people who believe that if the playoffs go to 16 teams, that the conference championship game will be eliminated, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's going to happen. I think these student athletes, these football players, are going to make a big old check when they go to the conference championship game, and they're going to make big old checks when they go into the playoffs. I do not think they're going to eliminate. I think that's going to be part of the collective bargaining agreement. I don't think they're going to eliminate conference championship games. I think they're going to need a conference champion. In these big, large conferences, you're going to have teams, you're going to have 3 teams that are all 11-1, and in their conference record, they're going to be 8-1. They're all going to be tied for first place, and none of those 3 teams even played each other. How are you going to even decide who the conference champion is? I just think there will be a conference champion. Let the G5 have their own playoffs. Here's the problem with that. In Gold Black 45, that might happen years down the road. No question about it. The problem with that is they're not going to make a whole lot of money if they do that. And they know that. They're going to make more money staying with having the whole FBS staying together. Now, we know there's consolidation happening. We know the forces of consolidation are still strong. We know the G5 are fighting for their lives, they finally received playoff access, real playoff access starting next year. They don't want to let it go. I think it's good for the sport that they have it. They're not going to be able to compensate their student athletes. They're not going to be part of the new subdivision. If there's a subdivision, they're not going to be part of a groups that dictate the rules and changes of the college football landscape. And at some point, G5, the whole G5 or some of the G5 schools will not be able to keep up. But I think it's good for the sport that those athletic departments among the G5 universities, they get that playoff distribution money. It helps with the whole athletic department. It helps with the front porch of those universities. It helps with those student athletes. A lot of those best G5 players get the exposure. They can go and in the portal, they go up to FBS. They go into a Power Autonomy 4 conference team. I think it's best for the sport if they remain access, if they keep their access. I'm in the minority. I get it. I'm in the minority on that. G5, you mean G7? Nope, I don't mean G7. There's 5 G5, there's 5 conferences. They're not Power 4 autonomy conferences. Now, the number of FBS conferences might change. It might grow. According to the College Championship Committee, there needs to be 8 schools to form a conference for the playoff committee to recognize that conference, for that conference to be able to qualify for an automatic berth, their champion being the top 5 ranked conference champions by the end of the season. We might see some different G5 conferences in the future. They might be broken up into smaller conferences. We might see a 6 G5, would be a G6, right? But not right now. There's 5 of them. Joe Z, G5 need to retain. The phone line is now open. The phone lines are now open. 763-260-1333. You can call and let me have it on my SEC quarterback rankings of 2024. And talk about the ESPN article. Talk about whatever you want in college football. I will also say, I'm going to give you a little bit of a nugget here. Long conversation. This was yesterday. We're talking about, potentially. I'll get back to it in a second.
Call from
Facts over fandom.
I'm sorry, did not get the name.
It's BJ.
BJ, the floor is yours. Thanks for calling, sir.
Oh, no problem. Hey, so I put in your comment section that I think is a G7 and not a G5. It's a little premature, but I think that's where we are. I think when you look at the autonomy 5, basically NCAA gave those 5 conference commissioners authority to kind of play with the rules, so to speak, right? And they had a little more financial kind of incentive than the G5. Is that correct?
So what are you saying G7 because you think the ACC and the Big 12 are going to be separated too far between them and the Big 12 and the SEC? Is that why you're calling it the G7?
Correct. So
okay.
And correct. And so, I think what happens that I see, everybody has a favorite team, a favorite conference, and they look at it through the lens of their conference or their team. And I just try to look at it through reality.
Yeah.
If you look at the numbers, last year, G5 teams made around $10 million a year. Look at the Mountain West made around $10 million a year, right? You had the ACC and the Big 12 made around $40 million a year. That's a $30 million difference, right?
Yeah.
The new deal for the SEC and the Big 10 is going to be around $70, $80 million.
Yes,
There's
sir.
going to be $30, $40 million between the Big 2, the ACC, and the Big 12. So if we're going to refer to the G5 as a G5 because of they're just autonomously, they don't have the power, they don't have the money, the difference between the SEC and the Big 10 and their new advisory group and the ACC and the Big 12 is the same difference, in my opinion. So it is no longer the Power 4. As much as Big 12 and ACC folks want to say it's a Power 4, it's a Power 2.
Great comment. Interesting comment. And I would say this. I've always labeled it Power 5, G5, now Power 4, Autonomous 4, G5. Not so much how I separated that is not so much because who's in the room to make the rule changes and all that stuff. Is I just basically went by playoff distribution money. That was the one fundamental difference between the autonomy schools and the G5 schools. The autonomy schools got the same slice of the 80% of the pie, and the G5 schools got the same slice of 20% of the pie. Now, I'm going to use that same logic going forward. For me, I'm talking about me. PJ, I understand what you're saying. I understand when it comes to power, influence, making the rules, you're absolutely right. But for me, to keep it consistent, if the Big Ten and the SEC gets a little bit higher percentage of the total pie than the Big 12 and the ACC, then I'm going to change my language. And I'm going to say, I'm not going to say Power 2 G7. I'm going to say Power 2 something else to middle 2 and G5. Because
That's fair. That's fair.
You know what I'm saying? Because the playoff whatever happens, the playoff distribution money right now, I believe going to the ACC and the Big 12 schools is going to be much, much higher, much, much higher than the G5 schools. So I don't think I can't group all those together.
So that's fair. Now, how it works in real life is the agreement that the G5 had with the CFP was each G5 team or each Power 5 team, A5 team gets $6 million, right, per team. And then, if you have, like I said, the SEC had, I think, get like an extra $4 million for each team to make the playoffs.
Yep.
What I think is going to happen, I think they're going to keep the ACC and the Big 12 happy. That money is still going to be per team, right? However, I think the difference is in the 12-team playoffs, you may get 8 SEC, 8 SEC Big 10 teams in there. So the extra money is going to be through. They're just going to have more teams in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I could be wrong, but I just think that's how if I was a businessman to keep you guys involved, okay, I'm not going to change anything. I'm just going to reward my team and my conference for making a playoff in which everybody knows that my conference is going to get more teams in your conference.
And that might be the final result. But I got a feeling that that the SEC and the Big Ten are going to ask for a percentage change as well. And I don't know if they're going to get it, but I got a feeling that that's how they're negotiating.
And I'll say this too, Greg. So, and like, I think Baker and the NCAA, and if you just pay attention to it, if you just get out of your feelings, not you, but just people get out of their feelings, just look at what's happening. Condoleezza Rice and a group a couple years ago came up with, hey, I think there needs to be a separation between the Division I. Then a few months ago, Baker said the Division I project where he was like, hey, if you guys want to create your own rules, have at it. So the NCAA has given the autonomous two, they've given the autonomous 4 the permission to kind of create your own league. And with that authority, the SEC and the Big Ten has said, we're just going to communicate with each other. We don't need you, ACC. We don't need you, Big 12. We're going to create the rules. And if they're going to create the rules, like you mentioned before, they're going to make sure that their conference gets a higher percentage.
You make a lot of sense, sir. You're making a lot of sense.
Well, anyway,
yep.
But appreciate it. Thanks for having me on, and I love your show. It's always entertaining to hear people give their perspective.
Yeah.
And hopefully football is going to be played, again next year, and we're going to cheer for our favorite team without any disruption.
Yes. Yep. Thank you, sir. BJ, please call again, sir.
Have a good one.
Thank you so much. Great call. Now, I do want to say something. Here's another thing. Keep in mind. I'll get to my SEC, a little bit of something I want to, just a little bit of nugget I want to pass out there. The SEC bylaws, I want to get to that in a little bit. There's something I want to talk about in regards to that.
Call from
Ryan Thomas.
Ryan, can you hold on for a moment?
Go ahead, Greg.
I've gotten way behind. It's my fault. The host doesn't know what he's doing. Canes all day. Thank you so much for your generosity, for your super chat. When all is said and done, do you expect Brett Yormark to put the final nail in ACC's coffin? When it's all said and done, I'm going to lean slightly that the final nail does not get put in the ACC coffin. As of right now, I could completely change a month from now, 6 months from now. But I do expect, let me answer it this way. Let me answer it this way. I believe Brett Yormark in the Big 12's perception is that at some point they're going to be successful in eating at the ACC's table. Just like Brett Yormark was incredibly optimistic about 6 weeks prior to July 27th when Colorado made it official that they were leaving the Pac-12 to go to the Big 12. That's how I'm going to answer that question. Canes all day. Thank you for your super chat. I appreciate it. Ryan, before I get to your very important phone call, I just want to say one more thing. You gotta, all these schools, all of them, 134 FBS schools have been sitting there, have been having meetings. They have been projecting what their playoff distribution revenue is going to be. Outside of the schools, you make more if you get to the playoffs, but that flat fee that everybody's going to make in the G5, everybody's going to make in the Power 5, Autonomy 4, they've all been projecting this money. And I've seen comments in the comment section and stuff like G5 is going to get breadcrumbs, blah, 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 blah. This project, the extra money that the G5 believes they're going to get, in other words, 20% of the pie, whatever that percentage is, it is needed big time. It ain't breadcrumbs to them. It is survival to them. It's for their baseball. It's for their softball teams. Whatever few other sports they sponsor, of course, is for the football. That playoff distribution money is going to be more than their media money. They need it desperately. They're projected to get it. They need it. And quite frankly, there's a whole lot of Power Autonomy 4 schools that need every morsel of that as well. Remember, we just had COVID in 2020 that shot a hole through some of these budgets. So I just want to put that out there. Realistically, man, these G5 schools, they desperately need this distribution, playoff distribution money. Ryan, thank you for the patience. I apologize. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I mean, Greg, when it comes to the money, I'm not sure it's going to be really cut. I would not be surprised. Now, the de facto, the schools would end up with more, the conference would end up with more money. The SEC and Big Ten would end up with more money than the others. But I would not be surprised, since this has already been divvied out and based on a per-team amount. I would not be surprised if they actually had a valuation per team and paid out per team based on that team's ratings metrics. Because honestly, I mean, that's sort of the brands that, the valuation, the brands that drive the money, that's really what the networks are paying for ultimately in the college football playoff. So I think, I would not be surprised to see if that gets changed and it kind of by default results in the SEC and Big Ten getting more. But I just don't, I think that's probably the more likely outcome. I think one thing to keep in mind is, and you're not going to like me for saying this, Greg, there are already too many FBS conferences. There are already too many G5 schools. You have all these schools moving up to FBS, and if you look at the absolute disaster that Liberty was in the Fiesta Bowl with the fans and the attendance and the ratings, what needs to happen really is there needs to be some sort of cutoff at the G5 level, and the top brands that are left there that can actually put in somewhat decent ratings and show up to those games can get cut up, brought up the rest, and everybody else just needs to kind of stay in their lane. I know that sounds snobby and arrogant, but ultimately what I think will happen is if the ACC loses Miami and FSU and Virginia Tech and Virginia and UNC and NC State, there's no way that the only three valuable brands that the ACC has left at that point are Clemson and Louisville and maybe Pitt. Probably not even so much, but I just don't see those two sticking around in that environment. I could see the Big 12 grabbing 4 of those ACC schools, which mean out at the door. And I think that maybe Oregon State and Washington State, the top remaining G5 schools like your Boise State, San Diego State, your Tulane's, those types of schools, USF, kind of comprising the the remaining group that's kind of in that playoff realm. But I mean, that's just my crazy thought. But I saw some comments about Stanford in the comments. Folks, Stanford could be in the Big Ten if it just joined the Big Ten Academic Alliance. Until they do that, don't complain if they get left behind. They're making a conscious choice to keep their research ties and revenue more to themselves rather than sharing it. And that's up on them. That's on the administration. So you know what? If Stanford gets left behind, that's their fault. And I don't care how much money they have, they're not going to buy influence in college sports. They weren't. The Big Ten told them no way on any grounds are you getting in here without joining the Big Ten Academic Alliance. So I mean, I think that's on Stanford, and we will see what happens with everything else. But there needs to be some sort of culling at the G5 level, Greg. There are some G5 brands that are good that I think that could be, very well, perform well. Maybe like your UTSAs, your Fresnos, your South Floridas, maybe even your Charlottes here or there. But there are some, and I'm looking at you, Conference USA, that should not exist. But that's all I have, Greg. Thanks a lot.
You got it. Bye. Thank you. Appreciate it. Big, strong comments by Ryan Thomas. Okay, we'll go on to the next one. Hello. Somebody hung up on me. Give us a call again. I think somebody just hung up. By the way, there was some report from Stanford talking about the new NIL that they're forming. So I think they're getting more serious about NIL. There it is. Stanford just started NIL. Thank you, RX. Yeah, I just read that. First of all, let me quickly get to just a little bit of a nugget. If you look at the SEC bylaws, for SEC to add a member, there needs to be 3/4 of vote for the new member. So you need 3/4 of the vote. So in other words, you need 12 votes out of the 16 schools. So if the Big 12, if the ACC, if it implodes, if Florida State, if the courts rule in their favor, if they have to pay an amount that's not much at all, they release themselves from the grant of rights. And let's say Clemson does as well. Florida State and Clemson, what would they need to do to get into the SEC? Or North Carolina or whoever. You need 12 votes. Now, of course, the final vote's going to be unanimous. If the SEC decides on a team, the final public vote is everybody votes. Now, except that did not happen in the ACC when they added SMU, California, and Stanford. We know that there were 4 schools against the additions of those 3 schools, and then North Carolina State switched their vote in favor of adding SMU, California, Stanford. We know the 3 no votes were Clemson, North Carolina, and Florida State. We were told that no matter who it is, North Carolina, whatever the school is, the 5 schools that you really need to work on in the SEC to get their vote would be South Carolina, Florida, Alabama, Auburn, and Georgia. Those are the 5. Those are the 5 in that you're going to need to get at least a couple of them on board. Sounds like they're pretty much a faction. That's what we were told in a long conversation yesterday. I just wanted to put that out there. So Florida State gets their release and they start talking with the SEC and the Big Ten officially. Those are the schools that seem to be the ones that would possibly push against expansion the most. And you're going to need at least, you're going to need at least one of those schools to vote for you. Alabama, Auburn, Georgia, South Carolina, and Florida. Those seem to be the 5 schools. Just to put that out there. Okay. Phone lines are open. 763-260-1333. 763-260-1333. Again, I'll put up the let me see if I can find it. Again, the SEC membership granting of membership. Membership may be granted by invitation of the conference at a meeting of the chief executive. A vote of at least 3/4 of the members is required to extend an invitation for membership. So if the ACC implodes, whatever school seems to have interest from the SEC, the 5 schools that you really got to work on is Alabama, Auburn, Georgia, South Carolina, and Florida. Back to your comments. Phone calls. The phone lines are open. The Big Ten, SEC working together thing, implications just blows the Virginia and North Carolina have to move with their little brother thing out of the water. Morris Simmons, NC State backstabbers.
Call from
JD.
JD, Mr. Seminole is on the line. The floor is yours. Do you have any new information? Any new info, rumors? What's going on, sir?
Rumors aplenty, but nothing, you really want to speak of. But and I apologize. I've had some obligations this evening. I just had a chance to tune in a minute ago. I will fall back and listen to your show from the beginning later on. But I do want to. I have something to offer, but a lot of it's in reference to what you posted earlier this morning about the old article from 2010. What was that, Sports Business Journal or something like that?
Yeah. I'm going to go find that. Yep, go ahead.
FSU put in their filing in the last week referring to deals made under the swaying pine trees of North Carolina. Okay?
Yeah.
You notice that was in that article. Okay?
Yeah.
FSU's throwing a shot across the bow to ESPN. They know some self-dealing was done, and I believe they know Skipper knew all about it. I don't know if this was known, but it's been said, and maybe it's been published somewhere else. I don't know. When the ACC was renegotiating the deals way back when, they had multiple options. The deal with Raycom was the least profitable, and it was the only one that couldn't be renegotiated every 4 or 5 years. There were other deals that were more profitable, could be renegotiated every so often. And Swofford was adamant that this deal had to be the deal. People also have to remember the universities weren't necessarily presented the deal. They signed the grant of rights to give the ACC permission, more or less, to go get the best deal for them.
Yeah.
You follow me?
Yep.
FSU's got something, and they may have a lot.
Yep.
And there's been shots across the bow to ESPN. There's been a few kind of behind, that aren't as obvious. That one was a little more obvious. The relationship between FSU and ESPN, I can imagine, is, to say not very good is an understatement. Would you agree?
Yep. Absolutely.
Here's something else. Have you noticed in the media that whenever the ACC contract has been mentioned, it's never oh, the grant of rights goes to 2036. They always say that the ESPN ACC contract goes to 2036. ESPN has had that in multiple print articles. They say that on their broadcast when they're talking about this, and that is a clear misrepresentation. They knew that it didn't go to 2036. They were purposely misrepresenting the terms of the contract, and they repeatedly said that in public. A lot of these little details are just coming to me in the last couple of days and whatever. And then I'm also hearing other people talk about, some of the backstory, and they're also filling in some of the gaps on all this. And it's just, I don't think ESPN wants this to go much further. I think some of their business practices are going to get exposed here very shortly, and I think that's what that statement was last week.
You know what, JD? There's one way they can make all this stop, or help it make it stop. They can go out tomorrow, Monday, February 5th, 2024, and they can declare that they are not going to extend their distribution rights. They won't be distributing ACC content 2027 and beyond. That would do a lot to stop all this, because then Florida State has the trump card in all this. Before we get back to you, JD, I want to read out loud to everybody what you're referring to in the article. This is in 2010, ladies and gentlemen. 2010, John Oran, Michael Smith, Sports Business Journal, 2010. It starts off with the survival of Raycom Sports, hinged on its 31-year relationship with the ACC. And then right here is the PATC money shot of this 2010 article. It says, underneath the swaying pine trees, Skipper, this is ESPN's leader, asked Swofford what ESPN could do to secure a deal. What can we do for you, Swofford, that we can secure a deal? Swofford said it would be our preference, Swofford told Skipper, if ESPN could construct something that would keep us in business with Raycom. So we did, Skipper said. So was Swofford dealing at the best interest of the ACC and its institutions, like a commissioner is supposed to be doing, or was he serving at the best interest of Raycom? That's what JD just brought up. That's what the Florida State Board of Trustees has brought up in their extended complaints versus the ACC. It is a remarkable story to watch. Right here, 2010 lays it out. There is some evidence out there, ladies and gentlemen, in public, and I bet there's a whole bunch of it in private, that maybe Swofford wasn't dealing the card from the top of the deck when it comes to dealing for the interest of the ACC. JD, go ahead. The floor is yours.
There's rumors, and I'm going to try not to go over the line here, but there's rumors that there wasn't just self-dealing for Swofford and his son, but there was self-dealing involving others too. Now, got to be fair to
ACC leadership, or others where?
Others.
Got it.
And I'm gonna stop there because I can't verify that, but there's a reason they shot that shot over the bow. If you follow me, and so how far that goes, we don't know. But it could potentially get really, really, really ugly soon, and the February 15th date is becoming just, it's almost like I've got that circled on the calendar because I feel like something significant, and I could be wrong, and I'll borrow this. I'll borrow this from you.
Hey,
sir.
Yeah, I know what you're gonna say. You'll take the L if it's something significant.
I will.
Look, I'm taking the L tonight. I'm taking it tomorrow. I'm taking it Tuesday. I'm taking it Wednesday, and primarily is because of what you just said. People have been expecting for months. I'm talking at least 3 months. I'm talking at least since November 15th when we reported it live, but we had the information before that Clemson was going to pull the trigger before this February 15th winter meeting. And it's silence, JD. So I get it, man. People have been anticipating something big. People have been anticipating another shoe to drop within the last week of January, first week of February. So far, it's been nothing. I'm sorry to interrupt you, JD. I'm just agreeing.
No, you're good.
I understand
you're good.
what you're saying.
I want as much input from you as I can, because part of my call this evening is not necessarily just providing a lot. I have more questions than I have any answers. I'm hearing people talk about, FSU fired a major shot this week at the ACC in Swofford. Let's see what the ACC has. What is the ACC going to have? They're the ones who did the deal. All FSU did was sign the grant of rights. And they signed the grant of rights, giving them permission to negotiate the contract. And obviously they didn't negotiate the contract in good faith, because it is clear to everybody. Now, again, I don't know. I've seen arguments back and forth and so on, about when they knew, when they didn't know, and whatever. Well, they didn't know when they signed the grant of rights that the deal didn't go to 2036. I can guarantee you that. And but there's just so much that it's just clear the ACC's game is to stall. That's it. Stall and survive as long as they can. And I think that's why the pressure is going to get ratcheted up even more.
Holy smokes. We got breaking news.
Go ahead.
Let me read it first. Okay, JD, I'm going to have you drop off the line.
Okay, sir.
I apologize. Give me a call back
No
later
worries.
in the show. If you feel the need to, I do apologize, Mr. Seminole. You're a very valuable part of the PATC community. Okay?
No worries, sir. And I appreciate you. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate your show. Have a good evening.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, man. Okay, we're going to take off the phone line for a moment. The phone line is not open. The phone line is not open. We got breaking news. I do not know how much new information this is, but the title of it is pretty big. We'll go through it together. Again, I do not know how much new information this is. Now, ladies and gentlemen, again, this is the great gold rush of 2026. There's going to be a lot of pushing. It's going to be a rock fight. People are going to lose their leverage. Part of that is leaking information to the college football reporters. Okay? This is a game of leverage. Just like what you're seeing between Florida State and the ACC, you're seeing it in the great gold rush of 2026. We got breaking news here at Peek Around the Corner. Ross Dellinger with CFP still undecided on future format. The SEC and the Big Ten expressed doubts in commitment. Ross Dellinger, new article, 635 This is less than 20 minutes ago. Breaking news again. Again, let's be clear. Big Ten and the SEC are going to lose every leverage of influence that they have over the playoff format for 2026 and beyond. This is Ross Dellinger, new article. Again, he's probably going to go over a lot of the old stuff. I don't know what's new in here. Almost 1 month ago, leaders of the college football playoff gathered in Houston ahead of the national championship game, expecting to adopt a change in format to the expanded 12-team playoff. However, they left the meeting without a decision as one conference delayed a vote. Another hurdle in what's been multiple years of similar challenges to find consensus in CFP governance room. The latest delay casts more doubt on the future of the playoff beyond 2025. Holy smokes. The final year that the 10 FBS conferences in Notre Dame are contractually bonded together through the CFP television deal with the media partner ESPN. Though the CFP is in the midst of negotiations with ESPN to extend the deal, there is currently no contractually bound playoffs starting in 2026. We've talked about that many times over. In an interview with Yahoo Sports early this week, SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey and Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti. This is brinkmanship, ladies and gentlemen. This is brinkmanship when it comes to the negotiations. For the first time publicly, expressed doubts in their commitment to the future of CFP if leaders can't get right a litany of issues. It comes on the heels of an announcement Friday that the leagues are forming the joint adversary board to study the future of college athletics. In other words, we got to get consensus now. We've got the chips. This has got to go the way we think it's going to go, or nothing is certain for 2026 and beyond. Now, this is a kind of a flip in language, right? Asked if he was committed to the CFP beyond 2025, Sankey said, yep, we are. Yep, we are. Beyond 2025, we're committed, but we've got a lot to get right. The commitment is we want to see this get right. In other words, the SEC is saying, follow our lead or you're going to get left behind. Now, this should not surprise anybody, but because we've been talking about this, the negotiations, the great gold rush, this is going to be a big rock fight. People are going to push their chips in the middle of the table. SEC's got the most of them. They're the most powerful conference. And they're basically saying, get in line or get left behind. The CFP Management Committee, made up of commissioners from the 10 FBS leagues and Notre Dame Athletic Director Jack Swarbrick, meet on Monday and Tuesday. We are going to be covering this, all the reports on this. We're going to be doing episodes, live shows. Make sure you are subscribed to our channel and have your notifications on. They meet on Monday and Tuesday in Dallas for what is expected to be 2 days of work toward key decisions over the playoffs' long-term future. Get it done, Big 12. Get it done, ACC. Get it done, G5. Sankey and get it done, Big 10 and the SEC. Sankey and Petitti stop short of threats or ultimatums. They stop short of it, but they're putting the message out, ladies and gentlemen. Yahoo Sports. This was given to Yahoo Sports and ESPN. They're using the media for leverage. This is a game of leverage. This is a game of high stakes negotiations. This is a game of ultimatums. It is. And we have not hid that from you here at Peek Around the Corner. We happen to think everyone's going to get in line and get this done because it's too costly not to. Sankey and Petiti stopped short of threats or ultimatums related to their inclusion in the CFP, but they each expressed frustration over challenges and delays on the 12-team format, as well as unsettled revenue distribution model after 2025. And as I said earlier in the show, this is where I think they're going to push all their chips in. They want an increase of the percentage of that total pie. The Big Ten and the SEC together. Now, again, if you're Brett Yormark, if you're Jim Phillips, if you're the commissioner of the MAC, of the Sun Belt, what type of choice do you have? We have the reality of needing to deal with CFP governance with the 2026 season and beyond, and that's a highly important issue, Sankey said. I'm new to CFP meetings, said Petiti, who took over as Big Ten commissioner last spring. How these things develop, there have been some surprises. The focus on what this is going to look like beyond 26 is highly important and deserves a lot of time in the discussion. The great gold rush of 2026, the battle is on, and here it is. Big Ten and SEC using the media for leverage. This is old news. The vote was delayed by the Pac-12 representative, Washington State, Kirk Schultz. I don't think the Big Ten and the SEC is happy with Kirk Schultz. Schultz declined to comment through a spokesperson earlier this week. And I think that's about the ACC Commissioner, Jim Phillips, expressed his disappointment in the situation in Yahoo Sports last month and recently introduced a compromise proposal that is expected to be further examined this coming week when it comes to the distribution of money to SMU. At least two leagues, again, the SEC and the Big Ten do not support granting any more Power 5 distributions to those teams elevating from a group of 5 to the soon-to-be Power 4. The Big Ten and the SEC is cutting that off. Jim Phillips is disappointed. How the revenue is distributed will be at the heart of the discussions for the future of CFP. And that's what we talked about earlier tonight. That's the one issue that the Big Ten and the SEC is going to push. Most are expecting the two leagues to want more in revenue distribution as well as more weighted voting rights on key issues. They may get it too. Starting in 2026, format and revenue matters do not need to be unanimous consent among 11 commissioners and their corresponding 11 presidents. So this is the Big Ten and the SEC pushing their leverage. Not just for more revenue distribution, but more weighted voting rights. This is hardball. Now, with the Big 12 and the ACC, with the G5 conferences, call their bluff. Let me know with phone calls. We're going to open up the phone lines again here in a little bit. Breaking news. The SEC and the Big Ten, they leaked this information. I can tell you this. They leaked this in the media the night before the meetings start in Dallas on Monday and Tuesday. This is hardball. What do you want the Big 12 to do? What do you want the ACC to do if you are a fan of one of those institutions? Most are expecting the two leagues to want more in revenue distribution as well as more weighted voting rights on key issues. There will be plenty of new revenues to distribute given the impending extension of the ESPN deal. The CFP and ESPN are in the final stages of agreeing to a 6-year extension that would run through 2031 season and pay $1.3 billion annually, according to a story published last month by its own network. Any format alterations to the 12-team model could be baked into the new contract. But for now, there is nothing binding the 10 FBS leagues together beyond 2025. A note that CFP's most powerful leaders are well aware of. We don't know as a group what the CFP structure looks like from 2026 and beyond. Sankey said, that's on our mind. Holy smokes. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, this is hardball. This is absolute hardball that the SEC and the Big Ten are playing. Now, I'm going to open up the phone lines. JD, if you want to call back, that's fine. Absolutely fine. I do apologize once again to Mr. Seminole, a very valuable member to the PATC community. I do apologize. That was breaking news. Look, all I can say is this. The only arrow that you have to play.
Call from
ABO.
Soap is on the line. Soap, can you just give me about 15 more seconds? I just want to get this
Absolutely.
out.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. There's just one. There is. Now, I could be way off on this. Okay? I probably am. But for me, I think they got one card to play. I'm talking to you, Jim Phillips. I'm talking to you, Brett Yormark. You might want to put out this phrase called antitrust. something to rattle the cages of the Big Ten and the SEC, because they've got all the marbles. They are really pushing for more votes, more money in the distribution. That's what they want. They know they're going to get at large. The playoff access thing, that is not what that is not what the SEC and the Big Ten are putting their chips in the middle of the table. They know they're going to get at large bids. They're going to profit off that. But they want a percentage increase out of the total pie. They want more votes when it comes to making decisions across college football landscape. I ask you, Big 12, ACC, can you do anything? What should you do? Call their bluffs or just fall in line. It's easier for the G5 conferences. They're going to fall in line. They've got no other choice. Big 12 and the ACC, what do you do? Soap, thank you so much for your patience. Breaking news, the floor is yours. What do you got to say, sir?
Craig, this is uncanny. I was writing down my thoughts prior to this breaking news, and the title of it was that my first line was that the relationship between the P5 and the G5 is dead. It's over, and the whole thing was, or my whole thought was based upon the fact that there is no relationship between the college football playoff and the P5, or I'm not sorry, the P5, the group of five after 2026. Yep. Nobody wants to see the P5 play in the national championship. It doesn't make any money for the networks. The networks want to see Alabama play Michigan. The networks want to see, states represented. They don't want to see no disrespect to, Fresno State, but that doesn't put any people in front of the TV, So so my whole point of what I had written here was that the SEC and the Big Ten are, in my opinion, going to cut everybody else out. The networks don't care about anybody but the SEC and the Big Ten. Now, I will say there are some states like Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, North Carolina, Utah, and Virginia, which are not represented by those two schools. But if you move the teams up to 20 teams per league, you could fit those in. But the bottom line is it's dead. There is, the SEC and the Big Ten are going to take over the college football playoffs. Why not? Why would they want to share their money with anybody else? They don't need to. And in this time and day when there is so much, a pressure with the players getting paid, you can't. Everybody talks about the school paying the players and everything. Schools can't pay the players. They can't be employees of the university and get free tuition. They can't. That would be earned income. They have to be. They would come under the requirements of every other state employee in Virginia or North Carolina or wherever you came from. So they have to have a separate entity. I'm really looking at this is the SEC and the Big Ten are looking at the old AFL NFL model. They're going to put together the College Football League, the CFL. And the CFL will have an agreement with the players. They will pay the players. The CFL will have all of the playoff money and split it with the players. Now, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask you a question here. Now, we know, no offense to anybody outside the P2, but the P2 have the most viewership, the most eyeballs. There is some schools outside of the P2 right now that are much bigger eyeballs than some schools in the P2. But overall, the P2 conferences bring the most eyeballs. That's why they want the most votes. That's why they want more distribution money, playoff money. But, see, in my opinion, you are using let's just put it like this. If the SEC and the Big Ten, I believe they're going to fall in line. I believe this is all big negotiations. Big Ten and the SEC is going to get what they want, and everybody goes forward for the next 8 years. Maybe I'm naive, but I think that's what's going to happen. But let's say if it doesn't. Let's say the SEC and the Big Ten go off on their own. You know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think their viewership goes up. I think it goes down. I don't think it's more value. I don't think a Big Ten and the SEC Power 2 football playoffs combined CFL is more valuable to the media companies than having Big 12 schools and ACC schools involved. I don't think it is more valuable.
I won't. There's an argument to be made there about the Big 12 and the ACC. Yeah. And I think that the note that was that they have, that the SEC and the Big Ten are adamant that no additional schools will be added to the Big 12 and the ACC, leads me to think that there is that possibility that probably for this eight-year period that the ACC and the Big 12 will come along. And I wouldn't doubt that there at some point in time that, I've always been this believer in some form of relegation, that they could incorporate relegation into these 4 leagues, because the leagues themselves or the conferences themselves are nothing but TV contracts. You can have Vanderbilt have a TV contract in the SEC, but playing in a lower level as long as they have like 4 or 5 games that they play against their standard rivals every year, as long as, that's the main thing. As long as Minnesota plays Wisconsin and Iowa, and I really don't know who your great rivals are, but as long as you have 4 or 5 of those rival games every single year, the other teams that you play, you don't have to play them every year. You can play them on rotations and so forth. So I think that you will, that in the short term, you'll definitely incorporate the Big 12 and the ACC. But as far as the group of 5, they're dead. They're dead in the water. They have absolutely no value to the college football playoffs. There's no relationship between anybody in the college football playoffs in 2026. There's nothing that the group of 5 could do to force themselves into the playoff system.
You know what? Soap, you may be right. You may be correct. But I got to bring this up. But on the human side of this, if these G5 schools, these universities, and some of them are not Johnny-come-lately, some of them have been around for decades. Some of these programs have been a part of the community for decades. If these G5 schools are not, if they just get pushed out of this world of FBS, there's going to be a lot of, they're not going to make the money. They're not going to make anywhere near the money in a G5 playoff. It's just not even feasible. There's going to be a lot of student athletes that are going to lose their scholarships. I know that's not the concern of a lot of people, but I got to bring this up. There's going to be a lot of student athletes that lose their scholarships. There's going to be athletic departments that get shut down, and there's going to be communities across the college football landscape that circle around a Western Michigan, that circle around a Boise State. There's going to be fundamental, it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. And I think that's got to be weighed into this. Yes, call me an old fat man from Minnesota softy. I am a capitalist. I am a jerk. But when it comes to this, I think this got to be weighed very, very carefully here. But I don't
disagree with you. I don't disagree with you, Greg. I at heart, I support these smaller schools in football, but for no reason do they not have to play football. What we're talking about here is the money specifically for the best 12 teams in the country. That's all we're talking about here. And there's no reason at all why Bowling Green University's football should be adversely affected because they're not one of the top 12 teams in the country. The top 12 teams in the country, for all practical purposes, should come from either a percentage of the Big Ten, the SEC, and maybe a few teams from the ACC and Big 12. That's normally where those teams are going to come from. There's no reason why the Boise States of the world should take a percentage of the revenue from those 12 teams. It doesn't make any sense. And the only reason it did make sense was because they were tied to the NCAA. And the NCAA's days are numbered. This college football league that I'm talking about here, Greg, is going to be a result of the NCAA being so burdened by lawsuits and everybody wanting to disassociate themselves from the NCAA that they form this new league that is separate from the NCAA, doesn't have anything to do with the baggage lawsuits that they're going to bring in. And they run their own program and they make a very successful league, a league very similar to the NFL. It will be a professional league that the players will get paid. They will just represent particular colleges. That's where we're headed here. And there's no reason at all why we still can't have the same level of college football that we have in the lower divisions and and smaller schools.
I don't
just
think they
see
would,
where it
but
affect
they would
it.
lose out on the money. That's why the G5 schools, the reason why they're not splitting off to have their own playoffs is because they would the playoff money would shrink to an unbelievable size, small size, and it would crush those athletic departments. That's why they don't want to have their own playoff.
Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, I understand that completely. But they don't have a choice in the matter.
Well,
they're not going to have a choice in the matter. They have no leverage. The network. The playoff system is completely owned by the networks, and they're going to decide who goes in and who doesn't.
That is true.
The money there is going to be divided by the biggest fish in the sea, I think.
All that is true. All that is true. But again, on the next live show or soon here, I'm going to list all the college football players, just football. Because, by the way, this is going to hurt all their basketball teams as well, all their sports, if they're not allowed, if they don't, not part of the
No.
Wait, let me finish my thought. I'm going to give a list of all the G5 football players who've excelled at the G5 level and who've been in the portal and went up into the Power 5. The G5 have been a feeder program. A lot of these kids weren't recruited. They got elevated. It has made the autonomy for schools better. That the G5 schools, it's a viable place for these young student athletes to develop. And without that G5 money, those feeder programs, that's going to get wiped. So,
well, I agree with you, Greg, that those schools have been produced some outstanding athletes, but when we're talking about having to pay college players, that money has to come from somewhere. It's either going to come from the sale of tickets, from television rights, or the playoffs. And if the big universities are not going to watch their revenue through all of their other programs decrease just so they can support college football at small institutions. It's going to be cutthroat because the pie is getting split by the players now.
Yes.
And somebody's going to have to pay for that. And I just, I think that the league situation is coming, and it would not affect basketball. It wouldn't affect any other thing, because you have these conferences that still exist, but the big thing with the conference is that is your TV agreement. And if you look back at the history of the AFL and the NFL, when the AFL and the NFL got together, they had the AFC and the NFC. Well, the NFC was always broadcast by CBS, and the AFC was always broadcast by NBC. So you had agreements between these two conferences with separate broadcasters, but you still had the overreaching league doing the arrangement. Now that's kind of gone by the wayside. But when they first came together, they had deals, separate deals with separate broadcasters. I've taken enough of your time, but it was just amazing. I had to give you a call and say that's exactly what I was going to call and tell you about. The end is near, my friend.
Yeah, thank you, so appreciate it. Great call.
My pleasure. Best of luck to you and to your family.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Couple things. Hold on, everybody. Couple things. One is people in the chat. You got it. You got to treat each other with respect, or you're going to get timed out, or you're going to get kicked out, or you're going to get banned. So I don't mind you all disagreeing with each other, but all these comments about how you don't know what you're talking about, you're all this stuff, that has to get cut out of the chat. People come into the chat, they want to talk about it, put their opinion, and they start leaving the channel if they see the chat room is unruly. So we're going to cut that out right now. Number 2 is I got to get to some super chats. Anthony Palika, the college football world is a crazy place. Thank you so much, Anthony, for your generosity. You are absolutely correct. 100% correct. Thank you so very much. Joe2095, thank you for your super chat, for your generosity. Let the Big Ten in the SEC pick what teams they want and be done. Well, the Big 12 and the ACC don't want that to happen. Those commissioners have to fight for their interest of their universities, especially the majority of ones that are not going to get picked. So it's more difficult than said, but thank you, Joe, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Look, I get it too. So much going on, people losing their patience. Cornelius Green, please be respectful of all opinions, even when you disagree with them. We can all agree to disagree. The phone lines are open. 763-260-1333. 763-260-1333. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe, smash the like button. I would appreciate it. And get your notifications on. This is college football's peak around the
Call
corner.
from
BJ.
I'm sorry, BJ.
Yeah, this is BJ.
How you doing, sir?
Pretty good. We talked earlier.
Yes.
And this would be fairly quick. It's funny how we talked like an hour ago, and it's exactly what we talked about. 30 minutes later, the Ross Dellinger article came out.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it was spot on.
Yeah.
It was spot on. It was spot on.
Yeah. Look, the Big Ten, the SEC, they were always going to do this. But still, it's one of those things where it's not surprising, but it's shocking. I use that term all the time. Like, I buried my father September 12th, right? It wasn't surprising, but it was still shocking. This type of thing is like, we knew that the Big Ten and the SEC were going to use massive leverage, and their biggest stick was to say, if you don't fall in line, we're out of here, we're cutting you all off. That was their biggest stick, BJ, like you know. So they're using this. They're doing it right before the Monday, Tuesday meeting. They leak it to Yahoo Sports. Ross Dellinger, there's going to be more articles on this. There's going to be a pushback from Brett Yormark, I think. But whatever. This is going to be a rock fight in Dallas tomorrow and Tuesday. I'm sorry to take up your time, BJ. Go ahead.
And so, I agree. And so, like we talked about before, I think that my initial comment was it's a G7 P2 era. And I think people get offended by that, and it's not to be offensive. It's just, if it wasn't a P2 type of thing, the Big Ten, SEC would have invited the ACC or the Big 12 to the party. They didn't. They chose to take their ball, create their own rules, and I hope it doesn't happen. But there's the ACC nor the Big 12. They don't have a lot of leverage because when you go to these TV meetings, if you look at the TV ratings for the Big 12 teams without Oklahoma and Texas, or the ACC teams without Clemson and Florida State, they don't have a lot of meat on it. And so if I'm a Big 12 or a Big 10 or an SEC commissioner, and I know my teams account for 60, 70% of the viewership and of the championships or whatever, I'm going to want that reflective in the new deal.
Yes, sir.
And I hope they don't, I hope the Big 12 guys and the ACC guys at least come to the table and try to negotiate. But Sankey doesn't seem like the negotiating type of dude. He doesn't seem like he's willing to negotiate.
Yeah, I mean, this BJ, PATC chat room. Listen to this now. This is what the SEC and the Big Ten are saying to the ACC right now. Oh, ACC, we do not believe that SMU should get a full share of autonomy playoff distribution money. Oh, and by the way, ACC, we believe that we should get more than ACC schools, and we should get more of our vote. We should have more votes when it comes to voting on these issues. Basically, they're saying the ACC, like what you said, BJ, this is not no more an autonomy 4. This is a power 2. Not sure what we're going to call the Big 12 and the ACC right now, but that's where we're heading to.
And I'll say this, and I'll kind of get off here.
Yeah.
And here's the irony of it that's kind of funny. Like, you got to be, you can't just consume everything somebody tells you and take it as fact. Yeah. So they treat the ACC and the Big 12 like stepkids, right? But for the SEC and the Big Ten to tell the ACC, hey, you're not good enough. Oh, but by the way, give us your top 6 teams. So it makes no sense to me. So you're not good enough, but give me North Carolina, give me Virginia, give me Florida State, give me Clemson, give me Miami, but you're not valued enough. So to me that tells me that it's a play, and I don't know if it's being initiated by the TV networks or who's kind of pulling the strings, but it's obviously a play that they kind of want to get rid of the ACC because the Big 12, there's nothing to pick from the Big 12 because you have Nebraska, Mizzou, A&M, UT, Oklahoma. Their top brands have already been plucked.
Yes. Yep.
But thanks for having me on. You guys have a good one.
Yep. Thank you, BJ. I appreciate the phone call once again. Excellent. We've got more breaking news. Holy smokes.
Call from
Dan.
I didn't catch the name.
Dan.
Dan, can you hold on 1 second?
Yep.
I do apologize. We've got more breaking news here. It's in the NFL, but it does affect college football. The Commanders are hiring Cliff Kingsbury as their new OC. After his deal with the Raiders fell through, Dan Quinn and Washington were immediately interested in Kingsbury's services, and the deal is now finalized. So Chip Kelly is not going to be the offensive coordinator at the Raiders, the Commanders, the Seahawks. So what is Chip Kelly going to do? Is he going to become, is he going to remain head coach of UCLA? We'll find out. Go ahead, Dan. The phone line is all yours.
Yeah, Greg, I see what the Big Ten and SEC are trying to do by leaking this out tonight, and but I do think the Big 12, ACC with Notre Dame still has a place. Yes, maybe diminished as far as payouts, but excluding those 2 conferences with Notre Dame, I personally don't think that'll happen. I think Yormark and with Notre Dame's athletic director and ACC, I think they'll push back some. I think the Big Ten and SEC will probably get what they want, but I think there's still a place for those other 2 power leagues with Notre Dame, and I think they'll still make a substantial amount of money. So I think they'll keep, what the Big 12 also with their basketball brand. I know this is about football, but I think they're still going to be making plenty of money. And I think that, like the comments earlier about those 2 leagues going to a group, or like being a group of 7, I don't agree with that, because I think the difference would be not only the money, but tradition in some of the Big 12 schools that are left and the ACC. So great show as always, Greg. I'll get off the line, and thanks so much. Have a good one.
You got it. Thank you so much. Man, Steve brought up something that I have completely spaced out on. Holy smokes. We got to talk about this. We've got to talk about Steve. Great call. Holy smokes. Shame on me. Shame on me. Shame on me. I haven't. Oh my God. Oh my God. Steve brought up Notre Dame. Shame on me. We haven't talked about Notre Dame. Ryan Thomas, thank you for your super chat. It will be P2.5 with the Big 12 as 0.5. We're going to have to come up with some name, but thank you, Ryan Thomas, for your super chat. I appreciate it. Hold on a second here. I thank you, Steve, for that call because you brought in the Notre Dame angle, which I stupidly have not talked about. Look, the SEC and the Big Ten, they're also telling Notre Dame to get in line. They're not fighting. They're not. They want that weighted vote, more votes for the SEC and the Big Ten in these dealings. They're not fighting for Notre Dame to get more votes. They're together. SEC and the Big Ten are together when it comes to trying to get a higher percentage of the total playoff distribution pie. They're not bringing Notre Dame with them. This is the first time I can remember. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong. This is the first time that the SEC hasn't made sure that Notre Dame is being taken care of. Remember, the SEC has always made sure that Notre Dame is taken care of as an independent football program because they don't want them to go to the Big Ten. But that's not what's happening here. This is the power two making a power grab that doesn't include Notre Dame. Now, first of all, tell me if I'm wrong. Go ahead in a phone call or with the comment. But let's just pretend I'm correct. What does that mean? That means when Tony Petitti and Greg Sankey, we might be on live for quite a long time tonight. I'm going to have to tell the moderator to bring me another Diet Cherry Coke. That means, so if the moderator is listening to me, I need another Diet Cherry Coke. But anyways, that means when Tony Petitti and Greg Sankey have communicated here that Greg Sankey acquiesced in regards to Notre Dame. It hasn't been the Big Ten pulling Notre Dame along. It's been the SEC protecting them, making sure they have equal number of votes, the money, playoff distribution. But the SEC, this is important.
Call from
Rock and Rant.
Rock and Rant, give me a moment, sir.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it. Now, PATC community, just hold on a second here. This is the SEC and the Big Ten trying to elevate their power, their money, distribution money, their votes up and above Notre Dame for the very first time since I've been alive. Now, I could be wrong when I'm saying this, but Notre Dame's not being included in these articles. It's Sankey Petitti, advisory board. Now they're playing hardball, leaking information in Yahoo Sports, ESPN. Am I wrong? Okay, tell me I'm wrong. But if I'm right, holy smokes. What does that mean going forward? That means there's more pressure for Notre Dame to make the leap. SEC and the Big Ten has to know that. SEC's got to be pretty confident that they're going to be adding more value that compensates that. Holy smokes. Rock and Rant, Mr. Hurricane, the floor is yours. Thank you for your patience.
Absolutely, and it's never boring, is it?
No,
So
I appreciate Steve's call. I didn't even shame on me for not even bringing the Notre Dame equation into this tonight. I appreciate it,
hey,
Steve.
we all like to forget about Notre Dame now and then, But
Yes, yeah,
so,
yeah.
so coming at this, this call is not.
Hello. Hello.
Are you still with me?
Yeah, we lost you there for a moment.
Sorry about that. So
Yeah.
this call isn't really about what I want to happen or what I think is fair to happen. This is about me trying to look at it actually from like a law perspective and a financial perspective for all those who might be impacted to a degree that others can come in and dispute. From those who are talking about, well, this could be an antitrust thing if the SEC and the Big Ten were to go on their own way. That's possibly the case, but it's not necessarily the case. Like even if you're not paying attention or an expert in antitrust law, a lot of the reasons ultimately where something is decided one way or the other is, are there actual valid justifications for something to happen, and what an impact on consumers can be. And the impact on consumers can also often be broadly, right? Like it could hurt some, but if it generally helps a lot of people, you're not necessarily in an antitrust situation. You can, how anti-competitive something is defined is loose, right? If the market is saying that certain properties, schools in this case, are not worth it, whether I agree with that or not, because I love watching all upsets and craziness happen, it has really nothing to do with that. But if the market is saying that, and then they're just dealing with the realities of a market, that is not necessarily going to cause something to hit antitrust. It will get thrown out left and right. Let's just say that the worst case scenario that people think about, SEC, Big Ten, going off, forming their AFC, NFC own thing, and everybody else becomes the XFL and the USFL or whatever soccer model you want to compare it to, right? Whether it's Europe or over here. That doesn't necessarily mean that they've taken anti-competitive conduct that is going to automatically either block it from happening at inception or later on present an opportunity for people to then sue to unwind what is now perceived as a monopoly. So I don't know that it's what people think it is. I'm sure it'll get litigated, but and I'm sure there'll be some senators and Congress people in various states, if their schools, state entities are impacted negatively, that will do a lot of, acting and drama moments out there trying to act like they're going to do something, but without even getting into one side of politics or the other. Don't hold your breath on that one, anyone, in any of the short term. The courts right now are definitely more in the place of open market with very few exceptions, like sometimes happens with a JetBlue and Spirit Airlines kind of deal. So that was just like a broad take. I'm happy to hear your take. And then I have another take that on the G5 conversation.
Yeah.
I want to pause in case you wanted to comment there.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I think that any of this happening that way ultimately isn't great, right? Like it's not what I prefer. Personally, it has nothing to do with, as a Hurricane fan, I would feel the same way whether the Miami gets announced to the Big Ten in 13 seconds or in 7 years or never. About just, I think tradition does matter in this. I think it would be horrible if one day, some of those G5 schools don't get to have an out-of-conference game with those schools because the SEC and Big Ten have completely moved out and now they're just playing each other and nobody cares if they're undefeated anymore.
Yes.
Because they're just making playoffs. Like that's the end result. It's great if an NFL team were to go undefeated, but it's almost immaterial. It has been important when you're trying to get one of 2 slots in the old BCS era, one of 4 slots in the current playoff era, getting a bye in the next round of 12. But I think it would be devastating in theory to the Big 12 and the ACC, but I'm not 100% sure it would be devastating to the group of 5. Just throw this scenario out. The math is probably wrong because there's a lot of variables. But if you go through the 2023 slate of BCS, just bowl games, we'll start there, and you add all of the places where the group of 5 has a slot, some of them are not very published, so it's a quick back of the napkin thing. All the school places where they have a slot, plus let's assume a group of 5 school in that one conference gets the benefit of getting into one of the playoff spots in the future, or it gets one of the this current year, the big New Year's Day bowl games. If you add up all of that pool of money, it's around $35 to $40 million of bowl money that they're getting, plus the New Year's Day bowl, and then some additional money for schools who hit academic performances. It's like a $300,000 payout for schools who have done certain things. So I don't know what that total amount is. So let's just call it $50 to $60 million that the group of 5 is currently getting. It probably be tweaking up a little bit more in the next playoff. I don't have those details done. I don't think it's out of the question that networks would bid for that playoff in some place that replaced that degree of money. As its own entity, it has a chance of gaining that amount of money for a 16-team playoff. I think that's possible. Don't know that for sure, but just the numbers aren't that off to say that you could replace that existing random who cares about it bowl money plus an actual New Year's Day bowl, or potentially a slot in the playoffs in the next round and fix that, right? I think it's more of the ACC leftovers, the P2, the Pac-2 leftovers, the Big 12, where they're in a never land where they will know what they missed out money-wise, right, from being in the zone, because they already were driving a Ferrari for a long time, and now they're really upset that they're going to be driving a Prius most likely, whereas everybody else is probably can go from a Prius to a different form of a Prius. So I think it'll be very interesting to see what happens. I personally believe that the two conferences are going all the way to complete and total separation. They have the right to associate. I think it will be brutal for a lot of people. But I do think that's where they're heading, because that die has been cast, and I think you talked about it a couple of weeks ago. The minute that they didn't get $2 billion for the next round of playoffs, where they could understand and justify giving some money off to other people,
mm-hmm.
I think that's when any hope of let's play nice and keep some degree of the traditions around, even if the group of 5 school or even the other 2 members of the A4 have less and less chance of winning a title once the whole realignment plays out goes. Once that happened, I think if it was in doubt, I think the doubt ended. But I guess we'll find out, and I don't think we'll have to be here next year talking about what's going to happen. I think we're going to know way sooner than anybody really expected. So I don't know, any take or questions? Or
no, great call. I think hopefully we find out something in the next 2 days in the Dallas meetings, in Monday and Tuesday. But no, great call. Appreciate it, man.
Absolutely. Be good, man.
You got it. Appreciate it.
Bye.
Rod Nix, Greg, it certainly seems like the Big Ten and the SEC are in the initial stages of launching a joint blitzkrieg. And I want to talk more about the impact on Notre Dame and on Florida State, Clemson, North Carolina. I see there's comments. The ACC membership, when it comes to the Big Ten, does play a role. But the AAU is a private organization that does not have the veto pen when it comes to Big Ten invitations. Jim Delaney said AAU first, but not only. Kevin Warren said it was not a requirement. AAU is basically saying you are a large, valuable research university. And that's what the Big Ten schools are. So yes, basically if you're AAU, yes, you're sort of like you could be a potential Big Ten university when it comes to being a part of the athletic conference. But it has not been an absolute requirement. It never was. Michigan State became a Big Ten member 8 years before it became AAU. The myth has to die. Texas and Oklahoma, if they would have called the Big Ten together, Big Ten would have grabbed both of them, including Oklahoma. That is not AAU. Florida State, if they release themselves from the grant of rights, the Big Ten is going to be having big-time talks with the Seminoles, and they're not AAU. Schools try to become AAU beyond trying to get to an athletic conference. They're trying to get to the AAU so they can belly up the bar and rub shoulders with the big-time presidents and chancellors and create relationships. And let's just be honest, a lot of these presidents are looking for their next job in big research universities. So there's a lot of reasons why you want to try to become AAU. More federal dollars, more expenditures and research. It's not trying to become just a Big Ten school and athletic conference. So it's not a requirement. It's never been a requirement. If you're AAU, that basically indicates that you're probably what Big Ten would consider a great research university. So hopefully that that puts that flame out once again. Okay, there was other comments here, but I will get to them. Phone lines open. PATC is feisty tonight. CFP playoff edits, and I knew it would be. But I want to talk about, look, I have, since for a long, long time, as Daniel Montcastle and other people here who have followed me on X, used to be Twitter, for the last decade, we've talked about this consolidation. We talked about schools wanting to try to get into the Big Ten and the SEC. On March 31st, 2022, we were the ones to break the national news that USC called the Big Ten, and they were trying to get into it. We covered the story for 3 months. Finally, it broke to the shock of many, but not to us, not to those who followed us on X. The reason why USC joined the Big Ten, if you read my tweets from March 31st to June 30th, it was all about USC trying to get above the stratification line, knowing that there was more consolidation. All that was happening. I'm gonna sneeze here. Excuse me. All this was known. Just like when Texas and Oklahoma called the SEC. Not because it's easier to win a championship, a conference champion, because they knew all the changes were going to be happening. Student athletes getting paid, more and more power to the Big Ten and the SEC. We're all seeing this played out. For the first time that I can remember, SEC is leaving Notre Dame out to dry. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there'll be more additional reporting, but the SEC has always ensured Notre Dame's football independence would hold the value equal to being a Big Ten member or an SEC member. The reason why the SEC did this for decades, or at least the last 25 years, is to make sure that the Notre Dame did not have the motivation to have to join the Big Ten. This tells me so much. SEC and the Big Ten advisory group, and now they've leveled this shot the night before Monday and Tuesday. The SEC and the Big Ten wanting more weight for their votes, wanting more votes, wanting more distribution money, and they're not talking Notre Dame. Maybe that changes. Maybe we have incomplete reporting. But this is startling. This means that Notre Dame is not on equal footing when it comes to the power that the Big Ten and the SEC will be able to wield, and not the distribution money either. And then now let's look at Florida State. Let's look at Florida State, then look at Clemson, and then look at North Carolina. Look what Florida State is doing. I mean, they're trying to get out of the ACC. They're going to court. They're spending millions on lawyers. They just did an extended complaint against the ACC Board of Trustees versus North Carolina.
Call from
Ryan Thomas.
Ryan Thomas, can you hold on 1 second?
Go ahead.
I just need to finish my spiel here. Look what Florida State's doing. Why are they doing this? Because they do not feel that they're getting enough value in the ACC. Right? We don't have to go through all that again. You know, the gore, the da-da-da. But now look what's going on. Basically, the Big Ten and the SEC are saying to the ACC, we want more distribution money. We want more votes weighted our way. And if you don't come along with us, if we don't find consensus, we're going to leave everybody behind. Oh, and by the way, as we're trying to build consensus, SMU is not going to get P5 distribution. Florida State is seeing all this. The value of trying to, if you have an opportunity, the value of trying to get in those two conferences, now Florida State has even more motivation. Even if Florida State would get half the cut in pay in media money for the first couple years, to get in one of those two conferences, they're going to do all that they possibly can. And Clemson, I don't know what the heck's going on. Because you've had this all planned out. Somebody's going to write an article pretty soon talking about all the work Clemson has done. What are you waiting for? Your conference is getting slapped by the Big Ten and the SEC. What are you waiting for, Clemson? But the big change is Notre Dame. The SEC is not protecting Notre Dame's value in the high-level negotiations. They have joined the Big Ten. In the back of my mind, Ryan Thomas, in the back of my mind, that means cloak and dagger. SEC is saying, okay, look, Notre Dame, the walls are closing more in on you. You know what? Join the Big Ten. We've got other pieces that we're going to bring aboard if the whole thing collapses anyways. We're just not going to hold the line for the Fighting Irish anymore. That's what I'm getting out of this. Ryan Thomas, tell me I'm crazy.
Well, I think there's a different perspective. If you remember, Jack Swarbrick has been intransigent about ever joining the Big Ten. Could also be the Big Ten told Notre Dame, then fine, you're on your own. Because they need to make ads for 20 soon. And I also think the SEC and the Big Ten, the message to the ACC is not we're going to cut you out. The message to the ACC is we're going to pick you apart. We're going to take the best from you and leave that. Because notice that we're not giving you extra money for the ACC, and we're not going to give you more money for an additional ads. The Big 12 isn't adding anyone from the G5. They're not going to do any more G5 ads. The Big 12 is not going to do that.
Yeah.
Who's the only one that's going to do that? The ACC, if they get pillaged. This is basically the Big Ten and the SEC telling the ACC sentence has been passed and you are going to be basically we're going to execute you. That's basically what they're doing. Because they come in there, grab, as far as Clemson, I don't know. They're in a difficult position because there's not quite what the Big Ten wants, and they're not quite, the SEC doesn't necessarily need them. But I don't know. I mean, we'll see what happens with them. But essentially, I think the message is pretty clear to the ACC and Notre Dame is we're sick of playing your game, so we're going to basically raid the ACC and basically, leave it with nothing and not the ability to even be in the discussion anymore. Now, I think probably going up to 24, 25 teams is probably pretty unruly, but I do think that FSU is going to be taken for that. I think FSU and Miami very much definitely are on that list for the Big Ten, and I mean, I think that's sort of the case, and I think the SEC is going to grab Virginia and UNC along with Virginia Tech and North Carolina State. And people tell me that you want to crash North Carolina State and Virginia Tech all they want, but the reality is that Virginia Tech has a far bigger, more rabid football base than Virginia does. And second of all, NC State holds all the political power in North Carolina, and you saw that with the Board of Governors rule decision, Greg, in North Carolina. So I think the issue is in the in the SEC ESPN contract, there is a pro rata clause for P5 teams. Okay, so if the SEC adds 4 teams, they can bring them in at 50% each, which would be basically they would be making the same money as they are making the ACC now for the duration of the media contract. Plus, when you divide that up, the remainder of that other 50% of the money, you divide that up, that's $8.5 million per the remaining SEC schools. No one's saying no to that, Greg. And that's the reality. I mean, that's they pay for rivalries, they pay for connections, they pay for that. UVA gets you some swanky research ties and some money and, makes the presidents feel good. And Virginia Tech is more culturally an SEC school when you think about it, but has a huge fan base. It's bigger than UVA's fan base. And then, UNC, they're not taking UNC for football, but they want them. And so, I mean, I think that's a consideration. And with those 6 schools gone, Clemson and Louisville, and, they're not going to stick around. And I don't know what Notre Dame decides to do. I mean, they'll either have to acquiesce and become number 21 for the Big Ten, or they're going to have to, sounds to me like...
Or they're 19 or 20, or they're 19 for the Big Ten.
Well, I think the Big Ten... Notre Dame is dragging its heels, Greg. The Big Ten will take Miami and FSU first to help to start the collapse of the ACC.
But maybe not. I mean, maybe, but maybe not. I mean, if
21 can work with 3 pods of 7. I mean, that's not an issue. 21 can work, but the thing is you have to grease the skids to destroy the ACC. And and I will say this time and time again, if it's more than just sunshine laws in Florida. So if there was self-dealing with the ACC, which, by the way, Greg, I would point out, and I'm a tax guy, I deal with tax law.
Yeah.
I will tell you right now, if there was the ACC has a 501c3 organization. If there was self-dealing involved to help family members and other things, and it wasn't at a market rate or an arm's length, the ACC could be stripped of its tax-exempt status. And at that point, all bets are off. It's done.
Now, speaking of that, PM Dasher, Super Chat, thank you for your generosity, PM Dasher. Thank you so very much. He just put out a Super Chat. There is a good chance that the IRS pulls the nonprofit status of the Big Ten and SEC since they are basically a profit-maximizing business. What do you think about that? Thank you for the comment, PM Dasher.
I disagree with that because as much as athletics doesn't, as much as people would think that athletics is UBTI, basically unrelated business taxable income, as long as they've long felt that the revenues and the activity has to be as part of the mission of the university. And if they're providing some sort of benefit for student athletes and there's some sort of student athlete experience to it all, I don't see them being stripped of their tax exempt status. You get stripped of your, that has long been around for a long time. I don't think that's changing. Now, if they broke away and turned into some sort of club sport amateur pro league, it's not the conferences that would lose the status. Those guys would just break up and do their own league and own system separate of the conferences. I just think that that's just not going to be, I'm a little more skeptical on that because the issue is if they're going to go that route, they're going to break football off from the NCAA and break football off from the conferences. That's just the way I see it happening. But, I think that right now Notre Dame, they've got spot number 21, but in order to start the cascading effect, Miami can if that case gets heard in Florida, Greg, and it's ruled in favor of FSU for a number of, if there's a number of, if the ACC failed in its fiduciary duty, even though Miami is not a public school, it is still entitled to the protections and benefits of the state law in which they are resident, which is Florida. So if there is anything that's found as the ACC violating its fiduciary duty, Miami can immediately sue, and they can take immediate advantage of that precedent that was just set for FSU. And because they're private, ACC may never know when that suit gets filed, and or they won't be able to preemptively do what they did to FSU. So I think Miami is going to be available a lot sooner than the other ones. And I think that's why you hear the words of it. I think that's why you heard the news about the Big Ten being okay and on board with Miami academically and Fox liking them. That's not a coincidence, Greg. That is not a coincidence. And those two get plucked. Notre Dame has number 21, spot number 21 open to it if it wants it. But if it doesn't, I think the Big Ten is content with saying we've had enough patience with you. We're done. And now can Notre Dame still exist and be an independent and maybe do a scheduling agreement with the Big 12 and put all other sports in there? Sure. If you add Notre Dame in the scheduling agreement and add Clemson as a member of the Big 12, that probably ups their TV payout another $10 million per school. But maybe that helps, and maybe they become that 0.5 and the 2.5. But we'll see what happens. But I honestly think that I just think that this is basically an ultimatum by the Big Ten, and I think the Big Ten is completely ready and they're not going to capitulate to Notre Dame. They're basically, it's take it or leave it. And if Notre Dame wants to be, if Mr. Jack wants to be stubborn about it, then that's his problem. But those are my thoughts, Greg. Keep up the good work and good job on the show.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Great call again, right down. Jared Jones, Mr. Buckeye. Greg, is it really possible the Big Ten and the SEC are working together on CFP and realignment, not getting in each other's way? The SEC not helping Notre Dame here is seemingly very telling. Never thought I'd see the day. They're definitely working together on college football playoff. Now, on realignment, I have been. I'll get to you in a second, Jared Jones.
Call from
BJ.
VJ?
Yeah.
Can you hold on a second? Can you hold a second?
Oh, yes, I can.
Appreciate it. I got a super chat here I want to get into. Jared Jones, first of all, thank you for your incredible generosity to the channel once again. I do appreciate it. Mr. Jones, The CFP, definitely yes. And they've just fired a big shot across the bow to everybody else tonight, using media to their advantage. The realignment, I've always said no. Fox and ESPN definitely are not working together on realignment, and Big Ten and SEC are their proxy. So I want to say no. I want to continue to say no. But now, boy, this Notre Dame thing here. SEC not helping Notre Dame, seemingly very telling. It is probably the most intriguing part of this. It's fascinating. I don't know if they're just being left out of the reporting right now, or if this is the first time in my adult life that Notre Dame is sort of kind of not in the inner circle, the top of the college football landscape. If they're not going to get as much distribution cut out as the Big Ten and the SEC schools, if they're not going to have the same weighted vote as every SEC and Big Ten school, it is fascinating to watch. VJ or is it DJ?
B as in boy.
Oh, BJ. Go ahead. The floor is yours, sir. Thanks for your patience.
So no problem. I was thinking about this, right? You know, if you follow the money, if the Big Ten and the SEC do expand, they take the top 4 teams from the ACC, right? I would think, based off what, and just piggybacking off what this last super chat, it wouldn't. What do you think about this? What I'm thinking, right?
Okay.
The ESPN essentially and Fox, because in the Big 12 deal, ESPN took the football essentially, and Fox took the basketball for the Big 12, right?
Yeah.
ESPN put the Big 12's football on their streaming platform, and the basketball is on Fox. Big 12 basketball is on Fox. So if ESPN essentially has SEC has 2 or 3 teams, Fox has 21 teams, could ESPN just essentially not offer the Big 12 a reasonable deal? Because now they have a super conference, and they have enough teams to fill all of their platforms throughout the day. Could they just not even offer the ACC or not the ACC, the Big 12, a workable TV deal, kind of like how they did the Pac-12, and essentially just go all in on this new Super League?
Well, I mean, they've already got a 6-year deal locked up.
Yeah.
Big 12.
Until I think 2030, I think it is.
Yeah. Are you talking about after that?
After the 2030 deal.
Sure.
Correct.
Anything. Yeah. Yeah. It's possible. Yes. Again, though, boy, that's a lot of quality content there. I mean, I think there's value in that. I think there's value in Big 12 content. I think there's value in a lot of the ACC content. So I'm not sure ESPN would want to give that up, or somebody else might take it. There's going to be probably other streaming companies that get into the fold. But I get your point. And ESPN or Fox might walk away from that partnership.
I think they'll offer money, but I think it'll be pennies on the dollar, because if I have a Super League, an SEC Super League, have 20 teams, that's, essentially 9 games a weekend, right? That is more valuable than, let's say, the top ACC game or the top Big 12 game. And if you go through this Power League, I think essentially that's what, if I'm a business guy, I would try to do that instead of paying 3 different leagues, because right now they pay the SEC, the ACC, and the Big 12.
Yeah, but yeah, I get your point. The thing is,
just a thought, by the way,
like the bowl games, for example, we have 41 bowl games, right? ESPN is making money on these bowl games. They're making money even on the smallest ones. That's why these bowl games still exist, because everyone's still making some money on it. because the viewership is still high enough. So the content, you don't want to cut away too much of the, content is king. Live content is king. You want to be able to fill up every crook and cranny of all your time slots throughout the calendar for ad rates, and so you don't want to cut too much, right?
Yeah.
But I get your point.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks again. Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate it. Call again, sir. Yeah, I would love to be a fly on the wall in the office of Jack Swarbrick. Remember, he was the guy who said, I can't even remember. I think it was early spring or middle spring or early summer of 2022. He said there's going to be there's going to be two galaxies or two suns, two galaxies, and whatever, two suns. And as an institution, if you're able to, you're going to have to decide which sun you're going to rotate around, SEC or the Big Ten.
Call from
Steve.
Steve, Mr. Bearcat, the floor is yours. A crazy night in college football. I think Monday and Tuesday are going to be crazy as well.
Well, when you think it can't get any crazier, hold your breath, because it can.
Yes, sir.
That's just the way things are going. Jarrett Jones kind of stole some of my thunder with his super chat. When's Swarbrick's last day?
It's March. I can't tell you the day, but it's March.
Okay. And then Bavakwa takes over, obviously.
Yes, sir.
Just a little bit on what Jared posted in his super chat. If obviously in the few short days, Petiti and Sankey's talked about a lot of things, and I gotta believe, and I could be wrong, I think the conversation, part of the conversation is we got to kind of know what's going on with the ACC between us, who you want. I really believe that conversation's been had.
Maybe you're right, Steve. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm being a little naive here. I mean, it used to never happen that way, but things are just no. You could be correct.
And it could have even went as far as do you know some people, or do you know some people who has unofficial talks with school X and school Y and school Z?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Because that's happening.
Yes, sir.
And I gotta believe that, and I'm going to get a lot of kickback on this, but I gotta believe that when Florida State gets done, the Big Ten's going to say, come on. And then the Big Ten's going to stop for a period of time and say, what are you thinking, Notre Dame? What are you thinking? I don't think they take Miami right with Florida State, because Miami's going to have to go through what Florida State's gone through. Obviously, Notre Dame's going to too. But if the Big Ten, they've wanted Notre Dame forever.
Yes, sir.
And I know they haven't had a great relationship at times, but I gotta believe that before Miami goes to the Big Ten, Notre Dame's going to look around and say, "You remember that day in February when Sankey and Petiti came out before the CFP meetings?" And,
yeah.
You know,
yeah.
Seriously, I mean, Greg, I mean, that's how things go sometimes whether it's in business, no matter what, you got to be looking, as you always say, you got to have your head on a swivel. Well, all these teams better have their head on a swivel, and Notre Dame for one better. And I just think they know they can go either place. They know they can go SEC. They know they can go Big Ten. But I just think, and now I'm going to go back, and people are going to think I'm crazy. I think Bavacqua coming from NBC, and NBC having the Notre Dame media contract and the Big Ten media contract, I think there's some things that could be worked out there. I think there can be some things worked out there. And I just think that's where it goes. And then, like Ryan said, I think the SEC, if you take the two Virginia schools, the two North Carolina schools, I think the SEC would say, yeah, okay, we got the pro rata here. We want that North Carolina market. We want that Virginia market. We're right there now on the East Coast, further up north. I think Ryan's right on those guys. I just disagree with him a little bit on the Florida State Miami going as a pair. And I know you got some good info on Miami, but I think this speaks volumes to Notre Dame.
Yeah.
this press release. I do.
Yeah.
I don't know what your take is on it.
No, I agree with you. And shame on me. I didn't even think of this for forever on this live show until Steve called, another Steve. He talked Notre Dame, and I was like, holy smokes. They're not a part of this advisory board between the SEC and the Big Ten. At least we don't know. We don't think they are. They're not part of this shot across the bow tonight where the Big Ten and the SEC are going to try to get a little bit higher percentage in distribution playoff money, and they want their votes weighted a little bit heavier. They're not bringing SEC. They're not bringing Notre Dame with them. For the first time in my life, Steve, it sounds like that the SEC is not willing to protect Notre Dame. That, they've always protected Notre Dame's independent football value because they didn't want Notre Dame to have any motivation to leave their football independent value to join the Big Ten. So if the SEC is not protecting Notre Dame's value, that means the SEC believes that there is some possible short-term or medium-term gain here to where they're going to be able to increase their value as a conference because maybe they're under the belief if Notre Dame, if the wall's crushing a little bit more because Notre Dame is not at the level of Big Ten and the SEC, Notre Dame goes to Big Ten, the SEC must be feeling good about some real good value in the ACC. Am I way off the beaten path here?
No.
Yeah.
That's kind of the trail I'm seeing, Greg, and you know as well as anybody what goes on behind closed doors because you get information from people.
Yeah.
But there's got to be some things between the SEC and the Big Ten, and they've had conversations about the ACC, and I'm not going to say they've had conversations because they probably haven't with Yormark, but Yormark's sharp enough to also know what could happen to the ACC. And
yes.
He can step back and he can say, well, I wouldn't mind having North Carolina and State and Virginia Tech, but if you want them, Sankey, take them. Go ahead, take them.
Yeah.
I'd like to have Notre Dame and Florida State, but hey, Petiti, if you want them, take them. And then I still say the biggest thing with the remaining members sitting around, and I'm talking the Pitts, the Louisvilles, they're sitting around and going, what? Wait a minute. We got this thing. We don't know what ESPN's going to do, and if they stop in 27, we better think about where we want to go, and we sure as hell are not going to sign a contract until 36. You know what I'm saying,
Yeah.
Greg? You know, I really see. I don't know. You know, nobody knows, but it's just tonight when you read that, and it didn't occur to me at first. Then I thought about it. Then when the other Steve called, I went, man, he's money. He's right on the money.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You know, it's just. But anyhow, Greg, one other thing.
Yep.
When you do the Big 12 quarterbacks,
Yes, sir.
you better have Sorsby in the top 5, or I'm going to be really disappointed. Have a good night, buddy.
Okay, I'll take that under consideration. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Appreciate
See ya.
it.
Bye.
Now, I'm just going to take the phone off the hook for just a moment. For just a moment, everybody relax. We're going to get back to your phone calls as soon as possible. I just wanted to once again, Bearcat Steve brought up the quarterback rankings earlier in the show tonight. We did our PATC Chalk Talk. We're going to get back to the situation of the Big Ten and the SEC throwing some heavy weight, taking a shot across the bow of everybody else the night before the Dallas meetings on Monday and Tuesday. We're going to get to that big story again. Just want to show you real quick our PATC Chalk Talk rankings for the 2024 SEC quarterbacks. We did the ACC a couple weeks ago. We're going to be doing the Big 12 and the Big 10 in the weeks ahead. We're starting to marinate these rosters. We're starting to analyze them. We're starting with the quarterback position. Number 16, we rank Brad Vandegrift, Kentucky. He's played. He's in his 4th season. Didn't play a whole lot with Georgia. We're going to go through this quickly. If you want a detailed breakdown of why I ranked these the way I did, go back to the start of our show. Start of the monologue tonight started about 5:15 Central, 6:15 Eastern Time. Number 15, Lenora Sellers, South Carolina. 14, Taylon Green, Arkansas, the transfer from Boise State. The man from New Mexico State, Diego Pavia, Vanderbilt. We've got him ranked number 13th. Garrett Nussmeier, probably my most controversial ranking. A lot of people would have him in the top 7, top 6. I don't. I'm not a believer in Garrett Nussmeier. I might be eating my words by late September, but we shall see. I've got Nussmeier at number 12. He does not look... I am not a fan. Peyton Thorne, maybe I should have him number 12. Maybe I should have Nussmeier 11. Peyton Thorne might not even be quarterback 1 in the first week of September for the Auburn. Number 10, Jackson Arnold. A lot of promise. Graham Mertz. I think he's going to take a big step back here in 2024. Blake Shapen, I liked him a couple years ago. He's hit a rough spot for Baylor. Transfers to Mississippi State. Connie Wiegman, I love his tape. I love this high school tape. He had a good season last year. He's going to have a better season this year with new coaching, a new head coach, got Jimbo Fisher's offense out of the building. Connie Wiegman going to be a quarterback. Nico, the big time, big tall ceiling. Nico from Tennessee Volunteers, 5-star high school player, got into the bowl game, looked great. Number 6, Jalen Milroe. I don't know. I'm not sure what Kalen DeBoer is going to ask of him. Is he going to pressure Jalen Milroe to do that long downfield passing attack that they did at Washington? I'm not sure. I got him at number 5. I love Brady Cook. I love Brady Cook. As you know, last year, I love Brady Cook. I love Jackson Dart. I got to have them number 4 in number 3 in my SEC rankings. They're both going to have a big year. Missouri's bringing back their wide receivers. Jackson Dart bringing back a lot of offensive tools for Ole Miss, Lane Kiffin. These guys are going to have a big, big year. But I can't have them number 2. I can't have them number 1 because I got Carson Beck of Georgia and I've got Quinn Ewers of Texas as the number 2 ranked, as the number 1 ranked SEC quarterbacks for the 2024 season. Disagree with me. Let me know how wrong I got it all once again in the chat or with your phone calls. Let's get back to the big news. To the big news of today. Milroe going to get benched for the Washington transfer. Not at the start of the season, right? Milroe would do better without Tommy Rees as the offensive coordinator. Joe Z, Notre Dame should remain Indy as long as they want. The SEC, how it works out for them with Stanford. Well, Notre Dame's going to try to remain Indy as long as possible. Obviously, we all know that. They value their independence. But my goodness. Jamie Thornton, you could be right, Jamie. You could be right. You got the transfer from Boise State. We'll see how he does. The realization that Notre Dame, that SEC and the Big Ten do not have Notre Dame included in their advisory group. They don't have Notre Dame included in their shot across the bow tonight. They're not included with the SEC and the Big Ten trying to potentially increase their percentage of the playoff distribution of the total pie. They don't include Notre Dame in their trying to weight more votes for the advantage of SEC and the Big Ten when it comes to making decisions in the future. We've talked about Power 2 here at Peek Around the Corner. We've always talked about Power 2 in regards to power and influence and money. I have not been a great believer at all that they're about to break away. And I still don't believe it. It has to be. The ACC and the Big 12 and the G5, they're going to fall in line. There's going to be a rock fight. There's going to be negotiations. This was a shot across the bow. But eventually, they've got to fall in line, right? They have to. It's just the way that things work. But Notre Dame not being elevated in terms of distribution, playoff distribution money at the same level of Big Ten and the SEC, or having their vote weighted the same way as a Mississippi and Mississippi State, a Purdue, that speaks volumes. It speaks volumes to me. The phone lines are now open once again. 763-260-1333. 763-260-1333. We're back on the big story. Thank you for your patience and regards. We had to do it again. SEC quarterback rankings. Joe Z, Notre Dame must be wishing Swarbrick was gone already, but Wakwa would have more pull. Man, Swarbrick is not being included. That is stunning. First time, it's stunning. It really is. It's stunning. Joe Long believes that Notre Dame has about 4 to 5 years left as an independent program. Phone lines are open, 763-260-1333, 260-1333. Notre Dame will have to hold an emergency meeting soon after this. Chad Bracey. Man, I'd love to be a fly on the wall. I know what I'm going to be poking and prodding about tomorrow when I'm on the phone. I'm going to be sending text messages at 1 o'clock in the morning. It's going to be about Notre Dame. I mean, there's a lot of things to consider here, but there's going to be a lot about Notre Dame. 763-260-1333 if you're just joining us, or if you've been late to the party, late to the show. Ross Dellinger, about an hour and a half into our show tonight. Breaking news. Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports.
Call from
JD.
JD, the floor is yours. What do you got to say, sir?
Well, now that the topic is actually taking a much different direction, or let me rephrase that, it's apparently a little more back into what your original conversation was this evening. With the absence of leadership, is what's going on any surprise? I mean, it's like the two most powerful mafia bosses have come in and realized we have no government. The NCAA is inept, and they're being sued. Don't let a crisis go to waste. So let's seize power. And that's exactly what's going on. And to be honest with you, I don't blame them. I don't. I would. There's too much money at stake.
Well, and it's so difficult to build consensus with all these schools, right? So the Big Ten and the SEC, they're trying to build consensus among those two conferences. And then it's like, okay, we'll have discussions with everybody else, but eventually you're going to have to follow us, or we're going to break away, because it's just so many things we've got to do in such a short period of time, right?
Well, they've tried to build the future of college football from the bottom up, and that didn't work. So now they're going to do it from the top down. And they're like, okay, we're going to establish our piece of the pie, and then we're going to incorporate the rest of you too. But you didn't trust us enough. And I'm not saying they should have been trusted, okay? Because they were definitely going to look out for their own best interests, or their own self-interests, excuse me. Yeah. But at this point now, they've got almost all the power, because they can break away. Because those two conferences, once you get the few brands that are still out there that have higher viewership numbers, yes, FSU's one, yes, some of the others are, involved too, then you've got control. You represent the lion's share of viewership in college football. Now, I agree with you. You don't want to isolate, and you don't want to eliminate the cooperation or just the opportunity for the rest of the FBS to get involved. But, I mean, the power grab has been there for them to take, and now they are. It just is. And who's going to stop them? Who's going to stop them?
The thing was, one of the important factors in all this are relationships. If Kevin Warren was still the Big Ten commissioner, this wouldn't be going on between the Big Ten and the SEC. But the Tony Petitti and the Sankey relationship is working, right?
Yes,
so sir. Again, though, I'm gonna be I would be shocked shocked if everybody else doesn't fall in line at the end of the day.
I would, and I'm even before FSU filed suit against the ACC. I've been hard on Jim Phillips. A lot of what's happened before Jim Phillips came into possession of the commissioner's role, but he hasn't made it any better. Okay, Yormark, I don't know him very well. But he seems like he's a very aggressive commissioner, and from what I can tell, Big 12 people seem to like him. Okay, but you know, the ACC, the only thing they are proactive in is trying to keep their members hostage. That's it. I mean, they're reactive in everything else. So the fact of them being really a decision maker in this process, I don't know. I don't even really. I just don't have a lot of positive things to say about them, and you know, I'm glad FSU did make the move when they did. This might give them a little bit of cover. It could get a little ugly coming up, and everybody else is going to be talking about this, and FSU could be throwing haymakers. You know, so at least we won't be the bad guy for a while.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
But I don't even think people consider us the bad guy anymore. Or at least not everybody.
No,
but
no.
But it's just this was creeping along way too slow, and that was one of the. You know, this was necessary. It was necessary because it needed to. I can't tell you how many meetings in a row have they had where they really didn't accomplish much. Isn't there like
a lot.
two?
A lot. I don't know how many, but it's getting ridiculous. So,
and it's just like if the writing's on the wall, we know what's going to happen. Let's just get with it.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go.
Yeah.
And this will, I think you're absolutely right, and others that have talked about it, this will also be a catalyst to further push the ACC along. If you're Clemson, you know, you talked about that, and what you said in the last week or so, that Clemson's opinion is that they just need to set themselves free.
Yeah.
Whether Clemson is somebody's first, second, third, fourth, or fifth pick, I just have a feeling that if they take a leap of faith and free themselves up, somebody's not going to be able to resist.
Yeah.
And I know the Big Ten there might be some hesitancy to take Clemson, but if Clemson's available and you've got a way to make it work, regardless whether or not Miami is your first or your third or fourth pick, you know, however, because I do think Notre Dame's going to become available shortly. That's why I'm hoping FSU secures their spot before Notre Dame is available, because I think they're the next one that's going to be available right after FSU. And that's just me.
Could be.
But anyway, but I just don't see Clemson dangling out there where nobody wants them. I just don't see that. There's just too much money to be made by bringing them in. Doesn't matter their market size. When you have 3+ million people a week are going to watch your games, that's valuable to somebody.
Yeah.
And anyway,
You
I
got
just wanted to chime in.
Thank you, JD.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Great call. Ryan Thomas, ESPN is not abandoning the Big 12. Big 10 is not playing November nights, and SEC is only playing on Saturdays. There's an awful lot of content that could be left out. I agree. I could not have said it better. I would not have said it better. Absolutely agree. There's too much good live content out there. It's valuable to somebody. And
Call from
Immaculate.
Immaculate, can you hold on for a moment here?
Sure.
Thank you, appreciate it. I agree, Ryan Thomas. King Spleen, early peak member, as Genetic 56 said, Notre Dame being independent is a myth. The only thing independent is 60% of their football schedule. As normal, Genetics 56 has got it all wrong. Notre Dame is independent way beyond 60% of their football schedule. They don't have, they don't follow the rules of the ACC. They don't have all that bowl tie-ins. They have a lot more independence when it comes to that, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Anyways, Immaculate, Mr. Hawkeye, couple things. One is Ross Dellinger puts out an article, SEC and the Big Ten leaked it, a shot across the bow, right before Monday's and Tuesday's meeting in Dallas. A shot across the bow, using all of their leverage. And Immaculate, I got to say this, and then you can have the floor as long as you want it, as long as you need it. What?
I'm just looking at this right now, so I'm very curious to see what you got to say on it.
Okay, well, here's one angle to it that the PATC community is going nuts over, and I agree with them.
Right.
Notre Dame is not part of the advisory board, Immaculate. Notre Dame is not part of, as far as we know, the reporting isn't saying Notre Dame. Notre Dame is not part of the SEC and the Big Ten having more weights, having a more weighted vote. In that Ross Dellinger article, it says that SEC and the Big Ten wants a more weighted vote to their advantage, wants more of the distribution, percentage of the distribution money. And the SEC, according to what I'm seeing, according to what I'm reading, according to the reports out there, the SEC is not protecting Notre Dame as they have in the last 25 years. Notre Dame is not being protected. It's not being elevated with the Big Ten and the SEC. What does that mean? What does that mean, Immaculate?
It means that Petiti took everyone's advice when he took that job, and he has been working on Sankey. And people can say whatever they want, but Sankey, if he was truly defending Notre Dame in the past, that was despite the Big Ten. And if that enmity, if that coldness is gone, well, Notre Dame might have just lost their protector.
Yes.
But we're up against the wall here. Like the times of playing around, the times of taking it easy, those are gone. I mean, these guys have very serious stuff to deal with. The things they're dealing with right now is actually small time compared to, House versus NCAA and what's coming up. So they probably just want to get this figured out and like, we're done playing games. Either we get this figured out or we're leaving. Now, I know everyone's thinking, oh, that means they're leaving. I don't necessarily think that yet.
I don't think so either. But
is it possible? Yes. And that's what makes the threat credible.
Yes.
That's what makes dig in, is that they could do it. Now, would they make more money doing that or not? I don't know. It has its own risk, but they could. And so I think, when they're saying we don't even know if the answer going forward is the CFP, well, we've talked about that, Greg. We've talked about some other options, and that's just one option. I mean, they probably have a whole bunch of options in front of them. But, if they're going to get autonomous conference full governance, they can do a lot more at that point in time. They can create some other things. They don't have to do that anymore. So we don't know what else is coming, but I think this means they want to get something, they want to get it figured out now. Talking on our own show, I said I think that the CFP, there's too many competing interests. It's not going to be very capable of responding quickly, and we're seeing that play out. So, they might be serious. Like, we're kind of looking to do something else than this. This doesn't just get worked out here real quickly. So I don't think that this is, everyone runs for the hills at this point in time.
You know what's fascinating about this? I mean, there's a lot of fascinating angles to this, Immaculate. But what's fascinating to me, especially as one who's doing this daily, right? College football YouTube channel like you do. We're gonna need to see results here in the next 48 hours, right? We're gonna know something tomorrow or Tuesday. Something has to get resolved. Else the Big Ten and the SEC are really going to threaten. They're going to start throwing ultimatums out there. We need to see something happen tomorrow or Tuesday, right?
You don't put this type of wording out.
Yes. Yeah.
And then have nothing happen, because then now no one thinks that you're a paper tiger, so to speak.
Yes.
So they would have to follow it up. So I think at this point in time, everyone kind of has to look at this, go, okay, they're in advisory meetings together. They're standing together. This has never been done before. This is what I said to people when it happened. Like, the one thing to pay attention above all else when it comes to that advisory meeting isn't any of the details. It's the big picture that these two conferences are talking to each other to a degree that's never happened before.
Nope, never happened before. Not even close.
This SEC defending Notre Dame thing, but, these folks would all have known that. So that's inferred in there. If you're Notre Dame, you're going, oh, crap.
Yes.
If you're the ACC, you're going, oh, crap. Like, if you're the North Carolina Board of Governors and you've been playing this little game where you're like, oh, well, we're going to look at the two proposals by these two conferences and decide which one we like better and play them off against each other, you're going, oh, crap.
Yes.
Everyone's going, oh, crap. Because they're talking. That to me is the overarching story, is that if they're talking together, it doesn't mean they're pulling away. It's just that they could. So,
in this advisory board, we don't know the composition of it yet between the SEC and the Big Ten. But it sounds like, now I could be completely inaccurate, but it sounds like there's going to be, the only thing we do know is Tony Petitti and Sankey are going to be a part of it. But it sounds like there's going to be multiple chancellors / presidents and multiple athletic directors. Right?
Yeah, movers and shakers. Get them together. Get them starting to talk.
Yes.
You guys have never done that before.
Now, I'm hoping, and I'm not assured that we're going to get this information, but I'm hoping that we learn who's in these meetings. Because I got a feeling, Immaculate, that the SEC is going to be represented and the Big Ten is going to be represented in the sense of, it's not going to be just Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, Alabama, Georgia, and Tennessee, for example. I think this advisory board is going to be I think so. I hope we find out that there's going to be, the bottom value of the conference, the medium value of the conference schools, and the top level schools when it comes to value. Because they're trying to build consensus. It's the advisory board. I'm fascinating to see who is part of the composition of the board. And I hope we find out publicly who's on the board.
Yeah, and there's going to be some political values to that. You can look at that immediately and say, but there's also going to be some personal characteristics involved. Like, whatever they're planning to do or talk about or work out, there's going to be individuals with different skill sets. So you might see someone come from a school and you go, why would they grab that one? Well, it might just be that person just happens to have, knowledge and expertise in a way that would help out that situation. But yeah, it's going to be fun to look at and at least think about, okay, what does this politically mean? What is that? What connections are being made here? I mean, you're definitely going to see the big folks there, though, right? Like Ohio State's going to have someone there.
Yeah.
Michigan, they might get left out just because of what's happened.
Yeah. That's a good point. Maybe
Alabama might be there, and it's just it'll be interesting if like Florida has someone there, and if they're talking there to the Big Ten folks saying don't pick Florida State, like who knows? Like that's the type of stuff I'd want to see. Is like if like a Florida's in there, okay, what are they talking about in terms of realignment? We'll see, but I think tomorrow and Tuesday. It's 100% dialed in now on these. I wasn't really thinking that these are going to be that big of a deal. I thought that maybe we'd see something little about SMU or the 5-7, but this is different.
Yeah,
I think,
this is different. This is different, and SEC and the Big Ten are using the media. Brett Yormark uses the media. I'm wondering if he says anything, what he does here. I don't know.
I think Brett Yormark is little brother.
Yeah.
I think he's smart enough to not get in their way. And I think he's smart enough when his phone rings and it's one of them, he's answering and saying, all right, what would you like? It doesn't mean he's going to give them everything. But by no means are you going to be obstinate or like just at this point in time, it's like, okay, game time's over.
Okay, let me ask. You got a little bit more time. I got another question to ask you.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, so we hit the Notre Dame aspect. Let's talk about the Florida State, Clemson, North Carolina part of this, because I got to tell you, man. If you're Florida State now, you have already done everything possible that you could have done by now. Okay? But let's say you're Clemson. Let's say you're North Carolina. And you just saw a report that the SEC and the Big Ten are together on this advisory board. And now you saw the shot across the bow, Yahoo Sports, Ross Dellinger, the Big Ten and the SEC are basically saying, you follow us or we're going our own way. Clemson has already understood the value of trying to get into the Big Ten and the SEC because of all the obvious things, right? More media money, more exposure years down the road, whatever, yada, yada, yada. But now they're seeing this power play turn out, right?
Yeah.
Does that turn up? I mean, something's going on at Clemson, Immaculate. I don't know what it is. I've taken the L tonight. I'm going to take it tomorrow, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I'm taking 4 days of the L being wrong about Clemson because we thought they were going to do something by February 6th. But as I'm doing those 4 days of L, what is going on, Immaculate? Because the risk-benefit analysis, it's more, now you have more benefit to take the risk to do it, right?
Yes, but maybe no, if part of what they're talking about in this advisory meeting is how do we parcel out who's going to get the invites? Like instead of competing against each other and letting the North Carolina Board of Governors kind of control this instead of us, throw it back at them, and now it looks like we control this. If they're not fighting and competing against each other, everyone else just lost all leverage. Like that was the leverage you had in realignment was can you get SEC and Big Ten to fight over North Carolina? what is SEC asking the Big Ten maybe not to do in terms of SSU, and what in return are they willing to give? Like, this possibly throws everything into flux. Like, are they actually working with ESPN to maybe get the best brands out of the ACC? I mean, we just don't know. There's a lot that we.
Well, and normally I would say no. I can't say no on that about that anymore. Maybe they are.
The solution? Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, and they could guise it anything now. Like, we're talking about the setup of the NCAA. We're talking about this. We're talking about. They can talk about anything, and they could talk about all the things that are going to be, because their minutes are going to be kept track of in these meetings, right? Because they're public, it's all going to be known. Yeah, and then they go out to lunch, and then they talk about other stuff. Like, let's be real. Like, that's real life.
Yeah.
They can go outside of the meeting room and talk about whatever the hell they want. That's in their private time if they're going for lunch. If this guy from this school and this guy from this school and that guy from that school all end up at the same place having a drink, and hey, what do you think about this? That counts. I mean, but no one would ever know about that. So if they're actually getting together in person and being, that's a very different thing than if they're just having like Zoom meetings. So if we ever hear that they're getting together in person, watch out. They're not just talking about, whatever they say they're talking about.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Immaculate. I appreciate your time. I'll be talking to you tomorrow. I'll be talking to you Tuesday, God willing, because holy smokes, we got a crazy 48 hours coming up.
Yep, I agree, man. You've had a long one, so I'll get off here, but talking to you, and wow, this is pretty interesting stuff. So talk to you guys tomorrow.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Mr. Hawkeye. Excellent call once again by Immaculate. I want to say thank you once again to the incredible generosity of Mr. Ryan Willie. Hold on, Ryan.
Call from Jamie Thornton.
Jamie, can you hold on a second? I got a lot of catching up to do.
Sure, Greg. Take your time.
I apologize. Ryan Willie, thank you so much for the gift memberships. Holy smokes, 5 of them. Ryan Willie, Mr. Badger. Not an evil Badger tonight. Not an evil Badger tonight, but a good Badger. Ryan Willie, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Holy cow. You, sir, once again, are Cloak and Dagger Knighted. I very much appreciate it. And I'll get to the other members next. Cope, thank you for the super chat. 24 teams of the Big Ten, the SEC, 16-team conference playoffs coming soon. I don't think it's coming soon. I don't think so. But, Cope, things seem to be quickening, don't they? Things seem to be quickening. Did you ever think the SEC and the Big Ten would be talking like this? I guess I'm just too old, stuck in the mud. I didn't think this would be happening. Thank you, Cope. I hope I might be mispronouncing, might not be saying your handle correctly, so I apologize. Thank you so much for the super chat. And let me just see if I can figure out, because of Ryan Willie's incredible generosity to our channel, and looks like I've lost the ability to know who became early peak members. Congratulations to the 5 who became early peak members tonight. Again, if you're an early peak member, you get to watch our early peak members only episodes. College football, Cloak and Dagger, early peak. If you want to join, hit the join button. Mrs. Razorback, thank you so much for your patience. I appreciate it. Thank you for calling. The floor is yours.
Hey, how's it going, Greg?
It's
Not like
going,
anything's
it's going
down
crazy.
tonight.
That's how it's going. It's going absolutely crazy.
Well, we know why this is all happening, because the networks want to see that annual Minnesota-Arkansas game that will shoot to the top of all the TV ratings.
Sure.
Well, you know, talking about cloak and dagger, are we going to have a new name for the SEC and Big Ten's cloak and dagger? Because, wow.
I'll think about it. You know what? The advisory board was one thing, Jamie, but the shot across the bow using the media to put this out the night before the meetings in Dallas on Monday and Tuesday, this is something completely different. And then the fact that they're not including Notre Dame in this, it is stunning. It's unprecedented. Those are the only words that I'm able to use at this point. So go ahead, Jamie.
Well, as my friend Tom Petty used to sing, it's good to be the king sometimes. It's definitely the case for, there's no doubt that at this point, Patini and Sankey have decided we're controlling major college football, and we've had enough. And, the threats are getting louder, and at some point, it's not going to be a threat anymore. And right now, one of the things I wanted to call in and talk about was what you just talked about, actually, with Immaculate there. What are these schools like North Carolina? What are these other brands that are left? What is going on at Notre Dame? What's going on in Tobacco Road tonight when they see this? Like you said, Tobacco Road, they have always been 100% ACC. When the Big Ten's come in there before, the Big Ten's wanted North Carolina. The SEC has always wanted North Carolina. That talk has already been changing by them because they can see what's going on here with NIL and now a possible breakaway. And you put up the numbers, Greg. Even by 2027, 2029, you're talking about a difference of losing out on 60 to 8 million per year. And that number will just continue to grow as new media deals happen. And so you can't get left behind. Right now, I don't know if that's the thing with Clemson. I don't hear them. I've gotten to talk to Chris a little bit at the end of the week. There is a surprise school that's in play possibly for the SEC here. They apparently do like Kansas as a possibility too to expand and add to their footprint. Another great brand academic-wise, but that depends on how dominoes fall and how things all roll out. We don't know how that's going to be. That's not priority one. Obviously, UNC is. But the fact is, all these schools right now, anyone that's a brand power knows they see this tonight, and I couldn't even imagine Patini and Sankey's phones tomorrow, how much they're going to light up getting calls from, hey, you got an opening?
Well,
not like that doesn't happen all the time anyway.
Yeah, it happens all the time anyway. I think the real situation for tomorrow is the G5 schools, they're gonna get in line. They're gonna hope that their playoff access gets extended from 2026 beyond. It's Brett Yormark. Right. It's Jim Phillips. That's what I want to hear. What are they going to say? They've got the Big Ten and the SEC want to get going here. They want to build consensus. They want to get stuff done. Right. How does Brett Yormark and Jim Phillips communicate out of the Monday meeting and out of the Tuesday meeting?
Yeah, and especially Yormark, because, obviously he's done a phenomenal job. He's a genius. He thinks outside the box, right, Greg?
Yes.
I don't know how much to play Phillips here. He's been quiet on all this stuff with everything else going on. I don't know if he just sees the writing on the wall. He's going to have to fight somehow for his league, for his conference. But honestly, the ACC now, I just don't see any reason why, like if you're ESPN in 2027, you wouldn't say, hey, I can send 4 guys that I like the most over to the SEC, and then I can send another 4 over to the Big 12, and I don't have to pay for, not saying they're horrible schools or junk schools, but I don't have to pay these other schools anything else anymore. And then it just helps us out when it comes to negotiating. That's one less, just like the PAC's gone, and the ACC is essentially a G5. No matter who you fill in those vacancies with, they're not going to be a top, a power conference anymore at that point. So you can just kind of see the writing on the wall and all this. And there's so many more questions, right? We could go all night, because let's just say in theory that by 2029 or 2030, this forces, right? And of course, that's another thing the Big likes about this. If they did have to break away, we don't really know if they want to or not, but if they did, that forces Notre Dame's hand. It's like you said, that's another huge player in all this, is that Notre Dame is not invited. They're not part of this. And now they're going to feel the pressure like, man, we're going to have to join the Big Ten. And you don't think the Big Ten and Patini wouldn't love that? I mean, they would love that. There's going to be, of course, pros and cons to it, but it just raised so many questions about what happens if they did break away, right? How does that look? And what kind of problems does it cause in other sports, too? I mean, it's, to sit there and say, you're going to do it in football, and then you're still going to try to pretend like nothing's wrong when you're, come basketball time or any of these other sports. It just, so many questions, Greg.
Yeah, there is. I happen to think that this leverage is going to work, that people are going to fall in line, that the SEC and the Big Ten are going to get basically what they want and not have to break away. That's what I think is going to happen. That's what I've always thought was going to happen. It's one of those things where I'm not surprised, but I'm shocked, right?
And here's the thing, though, Greg. Sankey has said in the past, and I know, like you said, he's not someone that wants college football to change on the whole. But when it comes to protecting the SEC, right, that's his number one job. Yeah. Just like Patini's is with the Big Ten. Yeah. And he's said in the past that he has no problem with the SEC leaving the NCAA if it has to, if it comes to that point. And I think if it came to that point, if they don't get what they want, they feel like they've earned it, and they feel like, hey, we're running college football now, right? Me and Patini, the SEC and the Big Ten, that's just the way it is. And if you guys don't like it, we can definitely sell to the media. I mean, I'm just imagine 1 week you have Oklahoma and Texas on, you have Ohio State and Georgia on, you have Penn State and Alabama playing. I mean, even there's even going to be Pluto TV they can make a deal with for Arkansas and Minnesota. I mean, you can literally go. You can literally go all the way across the board, right? I mean, there's no way that wouldn't make money. You may have some fall off of viewership across the country, but people are still going to tune in and watch those schools. That's just the bottom line, and they know it. I mean, that's just they know they have the power, and they can do what they want to do now. And like you said, it's going to be so interesting to see what happens. Just imagine, like you said, being a fly on the wall. Just imagine what it would be like in those meetings. So I'm going to let you go, but I just think it's fascinating.
Yep. Thank you, Jamie. I appreciate the great phone call once again. And I did
Greg.
use your artwork. I did use your artwork, by the way.
Oh, I hope you liked it, Greg. I was going to say I can do more, but I tried to get more mascots.
Let me put it up right here. The PATC community. That's the PATC community. They've been on fire tonight. This artwork was made by our Miss PATC Arkansas Razorback, Jamie Thornton. It's on your screen. She did the artwork. A fantastic job. Holy smokes. Thanks, Jamie.
Thanks, and please stop stealing our quarterback.
Yes, well, don't. Well, yeah, let's see if he ever becomes the Gophers QB number 1. We'll see if he can develop.
Okay.
All right.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Thanks, Greg.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Great call.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Holy smokes. Opie, an incredible super chat. Thank you, my friend, for your incredible generosity. I hope you start feeling better. I saw some comments in the comments section. Thank you, Opie. Praying for you. Thank you for your incredible generosity to this channel. Awesome. Over 4 hours now. Still 216 here. Wow. I don't keep a track on that. Almost 50% likes at 105. please smash that like button. Thank you, Opie. Thank you so very, very much for your incredible generosity. Your incredible, thank you for your friendship. I appreciate it, good sir. Again, if you're new to the channel, please subscribe to the channel and get your notifications on. Because Monday and Tuesday are going to be big days. They're going to be big days. We've laid it out there. I mean, the meeting in Dallas on Monday and Tuesday, what is your mark going to say? What is Phillips going to say? How are they going to make a comment back? What are they going to do? Are they going to fall in line? Are we going to get some quick consensus? Does the leverage, the pressure, the shot across the bow tonight from Yahoo Sports, Ross Dellinger, did all that work? Or is everybody angry? And then we're going to get some split breakaway, which I don't think is going to happen. I don't want it to happen. I do not want it to happen. I do not think it's going to be good. But anyways, forget about what I think. I'm interested in what you're thinking. Monday and Tuesday, we're going to be going live. After reports come out, probably, I'm guessing around 5 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Eastern. Who knows? I mean, who knows where this is going to take us? So if you haven't done it yet, if you're new to the channel, please subscribe to the channel, get your notifications on. And please smash the like button if you like our content tonight. If you did not like our content, hit the thumbs down button. Give me a thumbs down, put it in the chat, or put it in at X at Flug Empire and let me know how we can better serve you, the college football fan. This is college football's peek around the corner. Tonight, we did our top 16 2024 SEC quarterback ranking. We did Chalk Talk, PATC Chalk Talk, and then we had this big break. We had a couple of big breaking news stories during our live show. So I want to thank you all for coming on in here at Peek Around the Corner tonight. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the incredible donations. Unbelievable donations. Ryan, really, once again, will this force Notre Dame's hand? If they're not part of this advisory board or a part of what SEC and the Big Ten are doing, then for the first time in my life, in your life, in everybody's life, Notre Dame is not perceived at the same level as SEC and the Big Ten in the eyes of the SEC and the Big Ten. The SEC is not protecting Notre Dame. That is a huge story. If it's true, we don't know yet. We'll probably learn tomorrow or Tuesday. We don't know yet. All I can say, Ryan, is the walls are closing in on the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame. I want to thank everybody for their incredible generosity, your great comments in the chat room. It got a little feisty in there. It got a little feisty. Make sure you treat each other with respect, but you did pretty good. You did pretty good. It was a high emotional show, and we're going to be having a lot of those here in the 2024 off season. I want to thank everybody for incredible phone calls. I don't know how many we had tonight, but we had a lot of them. They were all fantastic. Wow, the PATC community. There is no host of any college football. There is no host of any college football YouTube channel that leans more on their community than myself, the fat guy from Minnesota. I lean on my community more than anybody else does. My singing is worse than everybody else, but nobody else sings in college football YouTube channel. But you get what I'm saying. Nobody has a worst winning percentage against the spread the last 2 years than the host of this show. So I appreciate you all staying with us here at Peek Around the Corner. Incredible night. Wow. Until next time, which is going to be tomorrow, definitely, without a doubt. Until next time, from all of us, from myself, Imerea Hernandez Garcia Flugar, from all of us to all of you, please, you all take great care of each other. Thank you so very much.